Time for the Australia Cup. We are into the round of 32, and this is match day 4 of the round of 32, and arguably the biggest match day out of this round of matches in the Australia Cup. We love the Australia Cup, man. It's such a unique tournament. It's a chance for some of the top teams in the nation, obviously in the A-League. Well, it's Australia Cup, but of course Australia, New Zealand, to match up against teams from all over the country, from a variety of levels. And we've already seen some fantastic matchups over the last week. The Australia Cup kicked off last week. We've got 5 A-League teams in action tonight. Those teams include Auckland FC, Western United, Sydney FC, Macarthur FC, and later tonight, Melbourne Victory. We're going to be live for all of it right here, watching all the action. These live watch-alongs are always fun. We've done this a few times in the past. Obviously, it doesn't happen that often in Australian football that we get all these matches happening at the same time. So it's going to be a bit chaotic, a bit fun, and I hope you guys are here to join us for the ride here tonight. Butter's joining us here. Butter tuning in from, I assume, New Zealand. Butter's our Kiwi correspondent, I guess we can say. Says, come on the Gold Coast Knights. Butter, of course, is a Wellington Phoenix fan, and we'll be backing against Auckland FC, of course. Leanne's backing a 2-0 win for Auckland. Welcome. Who are you focusing on, asks Marcus. Well, here's the thing, right? And actually, that's a question for you guys too. Which of these 4 games, obviously 3 of them kicking off in just a moment. The Olympic Kingsway and Melbourne Victory game is kicking off in about an hour and a half. Which game are you focusing on? So for me, I am watching the game that's on Paramount Plus. So the new broadcast sort of set up for the Australia Cup this year. They've got like a feature match on Paramount Plus, and in that feature match, they're also cutting to whatever goals and action happens in the other games. So that game tonight is Gold Coast Knights, Auckland FC. So that's the game that I'll be focusing on. Having said that, it's a multi-screen set. I'm sure you guys are the same, man. Running the multi-screen setup tonight. So I've pretty much got every screen available in front of me. So we'll be certainly keeping an eye on the other games. On another screen, I'll probably pull up Western United Sydney because we've got 2 A-League teams there. I'm really keen to see how Macarthur got tonight, and obviously Melbourne Victory kicking off later this evening as well. Another thing that's happening tonight is the draw for next year's Women's Asian Cup. That is literally happening right now. The draw itself looks like it's about to get underway. So this is crazy, man. Not only are we watching 4 Australia Cup games, but we are also watching the draw to see who the Matildas will be playing in the Asian Cup next year. So this is a special occasion, shall we say. Feel free to throw some predictions in the live chat here. Leon's also coming in with another one saying 3-1 to Western United over Sydney. I feel like, yeah, I'm curious to see what Western United do. There's been a lot of talk around Western United over this off-season. So we're very curious to see how they go tonight. John says, waiting for victory later. Yeah, Melbourne Victory taking on Olympic Kingsway over in Western Australia. That was the game that I called in my predictions video that I did last week. I called that game to be a cup set. My prediction was a win for Olympic Kingsway. I don't know, man. I think Melbourne Victory, just with some of their big losses, no Arzani, Teague, Casey Boss, all these players departing Melbourne Victory. What are we gonna get? What are we gonna see from Victory? Caceres debut, says Owen, of course a Bulls fan. Owen, thanks for joining us here tonight. Yeah, that's right. Anthony Caceres. We'll be talking about some of the lineups in just a moment. But the games are indeed about to kick off the first 3 games. So, yeah, man, jump in the chat. Say good day. What's your thoughts on these matches? Got any predictions? Thoughts on the lineups? Got a few debuts tonight for a number of players across these games. But we will be focusing on Gold Coast Knights, Auckland FC, and of course we'll be keeping an eye on what's happening in the other games as well. But we are about to get underway. Up on the Gold Coast, Auckland FC wearing their 3rd kit, I believe. This is the 3rd kit, which is predominantly all black, and we are underway. Kickoff. So the timer that we have ticking along here on our stream is following the Gold Coast Knights Auckland FC game. And I'm sure those other couple games are set to kick off as well. G'day, Sam. He says, how's it going, Lockie? It's going well, Sam. Thanks for checking in. Staying warm. Staying healthy. I was down with a cold last week. The plan was to do a watch-along for the Wanderers game last week in the Cup. So I was out of action for a little bit with a cold, which, wasn't fun. I hope you guys are staying well and healthy. And Auckland FC, Have they scored? They have. Auckland FC have scored already. 30 seconds. What? What a start. Well, 30 seconds into their Australia Cup, the first ever Australia Cup game, Auckland FC have scored. That is a disastrous start for Auckland FC. Sorry, for Gold Coast Knights. Disastrous start for Gold Coast Knights. What a start for Auckland FC. Long ball whipped into the box. And was it Jesse Randall who has given the away team the advantage within the first minute. This is incredible. Wow. We've got our first goal, folks. It did not take long. And they haven't even updated the score. Only just now they updated the scoreboard on the broadcast. I think they were caught off guard too by how quick that start was for Auckland. If anyone's just joining us, you've already missed a goal. Auckland FC have opened their account in the Australia Cup. 1-0. Appreciate you guys joining us for this mega live watch along. 4 games tonight in the Australia Cup round of 32. Hit the like button, support the channel. You can also consider sending in a super chat. We've got a bunch of people joining us in the live chat tonight. Always great to see. Butter says, Nick's announcing their women's coach tomorrow. No idea who it could be, but we'll be celebrating with some bevs at church with the priest, man. Yes, I see what you did there, Butter. Come on, Gold Coast says Butter as well. Owen's coming in with some predictions. Says 3-1 Auckland over Gold Coast. Yeah, I think we all imagine Auckland will get the win here, but hey, Gold Coast Knights. Let's see what they can produce. A couple of former A-League players in their lineup. Ramat Akbari. Owen's also tipping Western United to defeat Sydney 2-1. Also predicting a 3-0 win for MacArthur over the Raiders. And a win on penalty shootouts for victory over Olympic Kingsway. Interesting. That's right, Sam. Yes, that's right, Sam. You'll never tear us apart. As Sam says here, definition of you blink and you miss it right there. That's right. Like we just clicked start on the timer here. The game was underway, and then you look up, and all of a sudden the ball's in the back of the net. Jesse Randall, we believe it was, who scored for Auckland. This is their first ever game in the Australia Cup. Of course, last year's A-League men's premiers, Auckland FC. They've got a strong lineup tonight as well. Plenty of their star players from last season. It was Jesse Randall who looked like he scored the goal for Auckland there in the opening minutes. I tell you what, Gold Coast Knights have responded all right. They've been on the front foot the last couple of moments, and Inman's going to take a free kick here. We haven't had any crazy cup sets just yet. In the Australia Cup, have we? I mean, whether you call Nunawading that win over Darwin, I mean, the 9-0, that was an incredible result last week. Of course, Darwin Olympic there. The only chance, almost, for Gold Coast Knights. Header over the bar. But yeah, Darwin Olympic, the only entrant from Northern Territory, taking on Nunawading City, who are from the 3rd tier Victorian football. A 9-0 win for the Victorian team. Yeah, they're showing us the replay of that Auckland goal. Hiroki Sakai with the delivery, and it was Jesse Randall, and the goalkeeper for Gold Coast will be disappointed there that he wasn't able to keep that out of the goal, I should say. What a start, dude. What a start for Auckland. I mean, this year now with 2 teams from New Zealand playing in the Australia Cup. Is there an opportunity here? Will we see a team from New Zealand win the Australia Cup? What a story that would be, that's for sure. Guillermo May wins the ball. Jesse Randall, in fact. To the left, Francois. Auckland FC, eager to... dude, I tell you what, they're not resting any players for this game, are they, Auckland? Very strong lineup. 2K2025, welcome. Says, hey, Lockie, Matt here. Will Mariners sign anyone this off-season, e.g. a Docker replacement? Yeah, I mean, we have to, right? Surely. Yeah, they're certainly taking their time, Mariners. We know, of course, Central Coast aren't in the Australia Cup, so there's not exactly any rush to get signings through the door, but hey, we certainly are taking our time, aren't we? In terms of a Docker replacement, yeah, you'd expect someone in to replace him in a wide position. I'd like to see Mariners sign another forward as well. We're looking a bit thin in that department. So yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. If you guys aren't subscribed to it, check out Coast Watch Football on YouTube. It's our Mariners specific channel if you want to check out Mariners content over there. G'day Blinkus in the live chat. Thanks for joining us. Won't be doing a watch along for tomorrow night. I'm hoping to get to one of the games. Sam. Indeed. You could probably call that a cup set. As Sam says here, wasn't Cooks Hill a cup set, as I think Cooks Hill were it was their first Australia Cup entry, I think. Yeah. It was their first time in the finals rounds. So that was big for Cooks Hill United. They went away to Adelaide Croatia Raiders, hey? Won 3-2. That was a big result last week. But obviously, the ones that we keep an eye out for are the non-A-League teams defeating the A-League teams. And will we get it? Will we see any? We usually get a few. We usually get a few each year. Obviously, it's very early in pre-season for these A-League teams. Hey, anyone shooting into the other games? Let us know how it's going. We've got 2 other games that have already kicked off. Western United, Sydney FC, all A-League match up there. SD Raiders also taking on MacArthur FC as Auckland come forward again. It's that back 4 again for Auckland FC. Sakai, Hall, Pineacker, De Vries. It was so good last year. John, thank you very much for the kind super chat, my friend. Really appreciate that. Thank you very much. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. Casey says, how are we all doing? Welcome, Casey. Joshy's here as well. Hunter. Hunter, dude, this is a great question. Hunter asks, what happens if it's somehow an Auckland versus Wellington final? Let's say Auckland win. Who they beat in the semi-final will be the ACL2 participant, I'd imagine. So it's a great question. It's a great question, Hunter, because obviously you have to be from Australia to feature in those Asian Champions League competitions. And the teams from New Zealand can't play in that competition, obviously. Auckland FC, they did finish top of the A-League last year, but are unable to play in the Asian Champions League Elite, so that went to the second place to Melbourne City. Casey says, watching the Auckland game, but also keeping tabs on the Matildas Asian Cup draw. Yes, so are we. I've got the multi-screen set up, so in a way, this is a live watch-along of all these games going on in the Cup, but I've got another screen here watching the draw as Auckland send in a free kick away. It is cleared as far as Jesse Randall, the goal scorer. Gold Coast Knights, how do they respond? If you guys have just joined us recently, if you weren't keeping track of their game, Auckland FC scored within 30 seconds. What's the quickest goal in Australia Cup history? That's got to be up there, right? Sam mentioning that Glory Knicks game that was on Sunday. Yeah, I saw that. It was delayed, isn't it? Due to lightning. Sam mentions that it was just a small amount of lightning. Definitely didn't pour down. Crazy game in the end, though, hey? Considering that delay and went all the way to penalty shootouts. Wellington Phoenix defeating Perth Glory on the weekend. Here come Auckland, Francois down the left. Get away again. Gold Coast Knights just settling themselves after that early scare. Yeah, no, Mar, I believe the round of 16 draw is tomorrow night, right? Marcus, 11.2 seconds. Is that the quickest Australia Cup goal? Wow. May. Geronimo May, edge of the box. Auckland, they're looking hungry, man. They're looking dangerous early on. Over at the draw for the Asian Cup next year, we're about halfway through the draw. They've drawn half the teams. Australia will be towards the end of the draw. As Joshy says here, how don't you get dizzy from Sony moving screens? It's a fair question, yeah. Yeah, you got to be careful. A lot of games on tonight. Only so many screens available. But of course, they've got the main game on Paramount Plus, which is the one that we're watching here, Gold Coast Knights Auckland. And on that Paramount Plus broadcast, they do cut to the other games to show goals in the other games. So far, they haven't cut to any of the other games. But if you're keeping an eye on what's happening over at Western United Sydney or SD Raiders Macarthur, let us know. Auckland really settling on the ball, having a lot of possession in the opening 12 minutes. Really strong lineup tonight for Auckland. Cam Howison, Felipe Gallegos in midfield for the Black Knights tonight. Jesse Randall, Guilherme May starting up top. Francois and Rogerson in the wide position. So this is basically a full strength, almost full strength lineup for Auckland. We haven't even had a chance. There's so much going on. We haven't even had a chance to talk about some of the other lineups. We will in a moment. My other focus is on the Asian Cup draw, so that's happening as we speak. How many games on 10 play? Asks Tan Lee. I believe it'll just be the three other games. Hey, so Gold Coast Knights Auckland is exclusive on Paramount, I believe, right? And I think all the others are on 10 play. Thanks for that as well. Hunter says that the 11.2 seconds was in the preliminary rounds. The fastest in the round of 32 onwards is 26 seconds by Daniel Heffernan for Heidelberg against Sydney United 58. Fun facts. There you go. Thanks for that, folks. Really small attendance, says Joshy, for the Auckland game. I mean, to be fair, it's not like a full-on stadium. There's people all across that far sideline, though. That far sideline looks pretty packed. The camera hasn't quite shown us the main grandstand yet, if there is one. I'm not too familiar with the ground that they're playing at. Home of the Gold Coast Knights. Dude, that's the great thing about the Cup. They go to these like regional ground. Well, I don't know whether you call it regional, but like, you know what I mean? These smaller grounds. These A-League teams playing at these smaller grounds, and it's the magic of the Cup, as they say. It's the magic of the Cup. Nice little spell in possession here for Gold Coast Knights. Having a bit of trouble breaking past into the final third. Dude, that's so disappointing for Gold Coast Knights, man. It's such a big game for them, and they concede within a couple minutes. So, the draw for the Asian Cup, we are getting closer to Australia being drawn. Australia, of course, in pot 1. Some tough groups that have already been drawn up. Group A is already looking tricky. That draw is happening over on YouTube at the the AFC Asian Cup YouTube channel. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight. This is going to be a big one, man. We've got 4 Australia Cup games tonight, 5 A-League teams in action. Asian Cup draw is also happening. So long-range free kick for Auckland. De Vries goes short. Doesn't quite work out. Ritzy Spy asks, where do you think Wellington are finishing this year? I'll tell you what, I'm curious to see what Wellington do in the transfer window. They've signed a new striker, a new striker from overseas. Carlo Almiento's there as well. What else are they going to do? That's the question. But I'd like to think that Wellington are capable of bouncing back. There's certainly some exciting young players in their team, but they might need a few more quality signings to suggest they'll be competing into the top 6 just yet. Compared to where they were last year, they're going to need a lot of improvement, and where the goal's going to come from, especially after losing Costa Barbarouses. Big loss for Wellington. So look, I think Phoenix could push, but it might be a mid-table finish for them at this stage. It's just hard to see. There's so many of those teams who finish towards the bottom. They're going to need a lot to push up and compete with the best. Auckland are in the box. Get home, mate. Juggling the ball. Gold Coast Knights are doing a good job so far. Like 17 minutes in, after conceding that early goal, they are defensively staying pretty organised, shutting Auckland down quickly when they get into a dangerous position. Seemingly no goals in the other game is Auckland. Dude, they're looking dangerous again. Gold Coast Knights are ultra focused at the back here, and they have to be. Australia are about to be drawn in the Asian Cup draw. What group will we get? Our eyes are also on that Asian Cup draw, as Auckland FC really controlling things now. A couple, wayward passes for Auckland, but that's to be expected considering how early it is in pre-season. Sakai's down the right, though, for the Black Knights, and then it's headed away. They're really testing the Gold Coast Knights' defence. Jesse Randall in the box. Great chance for Auckland. Rogerson. That's in for 2. Auckland FC have scored another. Dude, they're just looking too strong at the moment. It's pretty cruisy stuff for Auckland FC. And it's Marley Francois who tapped it home in the end. 2-0 for Auckland. Great start for the team from New Zealand. What else are we saying here? Ritzy's saying, fair enough. I watch a lot of Irish Premier Division. Compared a lot to the A-League, must say, believe it or not, that the A-League is a higher quality of football by far. Interesting. I don't know too much about Ireland's league, man, so that's interesting to hear. Two goals to the good for Auckland FC. 2-0 over Gold Coast Knights. Great start for the A-League Premiers. Wow. Gold Coast Knights. This is turning into a real disaster for them. Australia have just been drawn in the Asian Cup as well. Australia in Group A. Korea Republic, Iran, Philippines, Australia have been drawn in Group A. Breaking news. Callum, thanks for joining us as well. Callum says if Gold Coast Knights can keep it from going 2-0, I reckon they have a chance. Auckland should taper off towards the end. There you go. As you said it there, Callum. Auckland were putting in goal number 2 there. Randall and Francois, the goal scorers. G'day, Bob. How's it going? Says, how have you been? I've been good, Bob. Thanks for asking, man. Thanks for checking in. Hope you guys are doing well as well. Hope you've been enjoying the Australia Cup action. First yellow card of the game goes to a defender for Gold Coast Knights. So we've got 2 goals already tonight. No goals in the other games yet, as far as we're aware. Showing the replay of that challenge. Yeah, dude, it was dangerous, wasn't it? Just flying in a little bit reckless. Auckland with a free kick. Fair way out. Thanks for that, Hunter. Throwing in the groups there for the Asian Cup. It's an interesting one for Australia. It really is. That's probably a tricky group, really, for Australia. Certainly could have had easier routes, but yeah, man. So Australia have South Korea, Iran, Philippines. Yeah, that is a difficult group for Australia. I do think so. I do think so. You got South Korea, who are obviously one of the top nations when it comes to women's football. Iran, Philippines as well. We know Philippines were in the Women's World Cup a couple of years ago as well. So yeah, that's not easy. It's certainly not easy for Australia, is it? So, no goals in the other games. Let us know if you guys, if anyone else is watching the other games as well. Western United, Sydney FC. SC Raiders taking on Macarthur. Let us know if you're catching those games. How are they tracking so far? What a start for Auckland. 2-0 so far against Auckland. Against Gold Coast, I should say. Another wayward pass for Auckland. They've been good so far, but again, those wayward passes, those loose touches are still there. But again, like we said, that's to be expected, given that it's still early in pre-season for these A-League teams. Only been back in training for a number of weeks. Not afforded a lot of time on the ball. You can see Auckland pretty keen to shut down Gold Coast Knights when they get on the ball. It's going to take a huge effort, man. A huge effort from here for Gold Coast Knights to come back. That's for sure. So no goals in the 2 other games that have already kicked off as well. Western United's lineup, relatively strong one, missing a couple star players. 16-year-old Kutleshi is in the lineup. Imai, Leonard, Russell at the back line there. Matt Sutton starting in goals. Grimaldi, Bozanovsky, Thurgate, Wallerty in midfield for Western United. Laval and Nidovsky leading the line for Western United tonight. For the Sky Blues as well, there's a debut tonight for Sydney FC. Paul Ocon-Engsler, who just signed the other day. He is starting tonight for Sydney FC. So very curious to see how he goes for the Sky Blues. Sky Blues have Gus Hoofslut in goals. Grant, Popovich, Courtney Perkins, and King at the back there. So it's pretty much a full-strength Sydney FC. Well, no Alex Grant. Maybe aside from Alex Grant, that's almost a full-strength backline for Sydney. Starting as well for the Sky Blues, Camijo's in midfield. Lolly, Wood, Tiago Quintal, and Reece Yuli, another new signing, starting for Sydney. Alex Grant is back from injury on the bench. But no goals between those 2 A-League teams. Another free kick for Auckland FC, who are chasing goal number 3. And, dude, this is dangerous territory for Because you look at Francis de Vries, who's one of the best left foots in the league. He's set up really well here for this one. De Vries shoots off the wall. Owen, thanks for chiming in. Says MacArthur dominant so far. Just can't find the back of the net. Bit of a derby match, that one. SD Raiders, Southern Districts of Sydney. The Raiders taking on MacArthur SC. Of course, MacArthur, Southwest Sydney. So, how does it... I hope the turnout looks pretty healthy there for that one there, Owen. Hunter's also highlighting the FIFA rankings for our opponents there in the Asian Cup. And as you highlight there, you know, considering those rankings, that is a relatively tough group for Australia. No worries, Joshy, thanks for tuning in. Marcus highlights that Caceres is wearing number 10 for MacArthur. Yeah. He's their new star playmaker. Thanks for that, Owen. Bernardo just hit the crossbar from point-blank range. Bernardo Oliveira, big season for him coming up. Struggled with injuries over the last couple of years. Exciting young player. Came over from Adelaide United. Was it last year or the year before now? So good to see him getting the start. Here's a great chance here. Auckland are in again. Rogerson! How's that not gone in? Oh, what a chance. Dude, Auckland FC should have had number 3 there. Logan Rogerson was just clean in behind on the right. That was, dude, good defending. Like, last-ditch defending there to keep that out. Jesse Randall has been very dangerous so far for Auckland. You see Gahan Momay, who is sitting a little bit deeper this game, sort of playing as that number 10. Have we got a goal in the other? Well, they've cut on Paramount Plus. They have cut to the MacArthur game. Some good play from the Bulls, and there you go, Owen, who brought us up to speed with that highlight there. As you say there, Bernardo Oliveira hitting the crossbar. They've just shown us that on the Paramount Plus broadcast, and goodness me, what a miss. What a chance there, Bernardo Oliveira. Almost hitting, is finding the back of the net. We're hitting the crossbar instead. Sam says, I do wonder what the next step would be if the Matildas end up not winning the Asian Cup. Hey, look, we have to at least get to the final, I think, especially on home soil. If we get to the final, I think we can take that. And if we lose, obviously we'll see how the game goes from there. There's no doubt we want to enter the Asian Cup with the aim to win it. I think we're capable of that for sure. But for me, the minimum is getting to the final. I think Australia has to be there on final day. Yeah. Marcus with a highlight from the Sydney Western United game says, what a save by Gus Hoofsloot. G'day Sketchy says, hoping for an Auckland FC Wellington derby in the final. Wouldn't that be interesting? In the Australia Cup. Callum also highlighting as well that Hoofsloot just made an insane save. There we go. So a big chance for West United, but young goalkeeper Gus Hoofsloot. Interested to hear from Sydney FC fans. How do you feel about the goalkeeper situation at Sydney FC? Let us know. Because we know as a Gold Coast Knights, long-range effort, saved by the keeper. Yeah, but the goalkeeper situation at Sydney FC, you've got Andrew Redmayne, who departed, who's left Sydney FC, and there's been a lot of links with him and Central Coast Mariners. But Harrison Devonish Mears, who was there, but Gus Hoofsloot, he started against Wrexham. Like, do you go for that younger option in Gus Hoofsloot? Or do you stick with Devonish Mears, who, you know, had, I think to be fair to say, probably an up and down first year in the A-League. Had some really great games and some shaky moments as well. He received a red card in one of his first games against Mariners. So, who do you go for there at Sydney? Or the Sky Blues. I wouldn't be surprised if they look to bring in someone else, man. Yeah, we'll see. MacArthur has scored. Marcus Owen jumping in the chat to let us know MacArthur have just scored. Bernardo says Owen. I'm sure they'll show it to us on the Paramount Plus broadcast in just a moment. But thanks for that, guys. The Bulls are up. Half an hour into these first few games. And then we just got our third goal. I think you rotate between both, it says 2K, in regards to the Sydney FC goalkeepers. That may well be what we see. Sketchy asks, who do you think will win the Soccer Ashes game? All Whites or Socceroos in Canberra and Auckland? Dude, well, I'll tell you what. It's going to be a great match because New Zealand are looking real strong at the moment, the team that they've got. So they're going to be great games. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a win either way. Maybe Socceroos win in Canberra and maybe New Zealand win in Auckland. I could see that happening, just with the home field advantage for either team. So I'd probably back that for now. But hey, I'd love to see Socceroos get the wins in both games. Got one of the OG Socceroos jerseys up here behind us, wearing the away kit for that one as well. Got a pink Mariners jersey behind us as well. Of course, Mariners not in the Australia Cup this year, unfortunately. So, the broadcast on Paramount Plus is yet to show us that goal from MacArthur SC, but indeed, Bernardo Oliveira has scored 32nd minute. So, the scoring is underway in southwest Sydney as well. Hunter asks, aren't SD Raiders and MacArthur only like 15-20 minutes away from each other? Yeah, it's something like that. Yeah, I remember looking it up the other day. It's something like that, hey. It's not far. So it is somewhat of a derby match there as well, hey. They're showing us that goal for the Bulls. Here's my first look at it. Caceres, mistake by the goalkeeper. Yep, Bernardo Oliveira, too easy. That's a poor mistake by the Raiders keeper there. Bernardo Oliveira scores for MacArthur. Harry Sawyer applying the pressure. Caceres there with the assist. Dude, I tell you what, that MacArthur attack is like really, it's got a lot of potential there, isn't it? Bernardo Oliveira, Anthony Caceres. If Harry Sawyer finds some good form. Yeah, dude, there's a dangerous lineup there for sure. Marcus chiming in on that Sydney goalkeeper situation. Says, I think Hoofs would start. Probably promote another academy keeper, yeah. Sam asks thoughts on the Thomas Muller talks about potentially joining Sydney FC. Dude, I mean, it's obviously huge, isn't it? They're huge rumours, huge news that Sydney FC apparently one of the teams keen on Muller. But I think from what we've been seeing online is that he may well be heading to the MLS. So, yeah. Callum asks, do you reckon they should bring back bring the bell back for goals at other games? I kind of miss it. Callum, are you referring to like when there's a goal in another game and there's a little bell that goes off and then they show us the goal? Is that what you mean? It sounds familiar, right? Have we had another goal? Marcus, Owen, Tan Lee as well. Thanks for updating us here. 2-0. Have MacArthur SC doubled their lead? They have indeed. Checking on my end as well. 2-0. Within 4 minutes, Bulls are up 2-0. The A-League teams are in control tonight, folks. Our chances of a cup set aren't looking too good at the moment. Strong start for the Bulls. 74% possession for them. 6 shots to 2 over SD Raiders. There's a short injury stoppage here up at Gold Coast Knights, Auckland FC. But Auckland will take another free kick here. Auckland, 10 shots so far, 2 just for Gold Coast. 65% possession for Auckland as well, who have had that 2-goal lead. G'day to Otis Wilson. Thanks for joining us here. It says Auckland FC, best team in the A-League. Well, they were one of the best last year as Auckland, so close to number 3. Guillermo May has scored. Is it a goal? Or has the whistle been blown for a foul? I think it's a goal. The players look quizzical. Auckland have number 3. Dude, what happened there? That was way too easy for Auckland. They just walked that in. Guillermo May just tapped it in comfortably. The Gold Coast players just look a bit bamboozled. It's raining goals, says Marcus. Indeed it is. Free kick was whipped in. Dude, it just wasn't dealt with. Dan Hall tried to get it in, but Guillermo May just reacts first. That's too easy. That's far too easy. It's really poor defending from Gold Coast Knights. A few of their players weren't even looking at what was happening. They were appealing for something offside. I don't know. And Guillermo May, who scored a handful of goals in the A-League last year, has just made it number 3, and that may well seal their place in the round of 16, Auckland. So the broadcast is now showing us that all MacArthur goal. Oh, yes. Own goal indeed. Poor mix-up at the back there for SD Raiders. Not much to be done about that one, but MacArthur have a 2-goal lead there. Thanks, guys, for keeping us up to date in the other games as well. If you catch any goals, let us know. The focus here for us tonight is the main game, Gold Coast Knights hosting Auckland FC. Okay, what else are we saying in the chat here? Hunter says, Sawyer, Harry Sawyer, MacArthur striker, proved himself capable after the whole thing happened with Germain. Yeah, Sawyer was really thrust into that starting striker position at the Bulls, and I think he's got. I think this could be a big season for Harry Sawyer. He's tall, he's strong. If you get some good form in front of goal, I could see him turning into a real formidable A-League striker. Sam says obviously wouldn't be true, as there's been, I assume you're referring to the Thomas Muller stuff. There's been no bigger and better A-League player than the mighty GOAT Emil Heskey. He is even better than Del Piero when he was at Sydney FC. What a time. What a time in the A-League to have those guys playing in the A-League. Heskey, Del Piero, Shinji Ono. And as Hunter says there, at least it's not raining like it was in the distance derby. Crazy weather on Sunday as Perth Glory took on Wellington Phoenix in the Cup. Phoenix winning that one on penalties. Too much space for Auckland, dude. They're in again. De Vries. Crossing it. Rogerson. Oh, what a miss. Logan Rogerson should have made it 4. Header just goes wide of the goal. I mean, Auckland FC are just on another level right now to Gold Coast. It's just the reality. There's not much that the home side can do. They are just in control. They are in control. Auckland FC, they don't look too troubled. What can Gold Coast do? They're coming forward again, Gold Coast. Let's stay with this. Down the left wing. But look, dude, look how intense the pressure is from Auckland. They're just shutting them down so quickly. Still in possession though, Gold Coast. Looking for a way forward, but it's so hard to find any space. Auckland, one of the best defensive teams in the A-League last year, Auckland FC, so it's always going to be tough for Gold Coast. He comes across though. Oh, dude. Well, that was probably Gold Coast's best move of the game right there. They held onto the ball. They were a little bit more patient. They got into a decent area. Cross came in and not too far off there. That could have been a goal there for Gold Coast. You feel like Gold Coast need a goal before halftime if they've got any hope of making a comeback here. Got to find a goal soon. MacArthur have a 2-goal lead against SD Raiders. Strong start there for Milos Sajowski's side. No goals yet between Western United and Sydney FC. So much going on tonight, man. We had the draw for the Asian Cup. Australia drawn against South Korea, Philippines, Iran. Not long to go in this first half of Australia Cup action, round of 32, Matchday 4. The timer that we have ticking away here is following the Auckland FC Gold Coast Knights game. And that looks like it's another yellow card, the way of Gold Coast. A couple of the defenders already booked. Tarnley. I'm not familiar with them, Tarnley. Yeah, dude, as Callum says here, Western look all right at the moment, but they're in huge trouble next year. If they can't get the FIFA ban overturned, Laval's not ready to be starting striker at A-League level, says Callum. Yeah, there's obviously been a lot of drama at Western United this off-season. Hopefully it does all get sorted out. Hopefully it does. And they can, continue signing players. Yeah. As Callum says here as well, also wearing number 5 as a striker should be illegal. Yeah, Ollie Laval. It is rare seeing a striker wear a number 5, as Ollie Laval does at West United. I remember at Central Coast Mariners when Matt Simon and Daniel McBreen used to wear the number 2. Owen asks, what are your thoughts on Jake Holman moving to Warsaw? An interesting move. An interesting move for Jake Holman. I was, expecting him to make that overseas move. He departed the Bulls at the end of last season, and Warsaw, League 2, so the 4th division of English football. Jake Holman's a fabulous player, man. I rate Jake Holman really highly. I think, especially the last couple of years, he improved a lot for the Bulls. He was a big player for them for many years now. But as you say there, Owen says easily too good for League 2. That's my initial reaction. That's Marcus says Holman is better than Warsaw. Here's the thing, right? I don't mean to be disrespectful to League 2. I can't say that I watch League 2 week in, week out. And it's always hard to compare the different leagues. But you look at the fact that we've got so many Aussie players playing in the Championship. Segicic, Matthews, Waddingham, Farrell are at Portsmouth. Holman's teammate last season, Keely Adamson, is at QPR and could well be the starting right back at QPR in the English Championship next season. And Jake Holman's playing 2 divisions lower than him? That doesn't add up. That doesn't add up. So I tell you what, if Jake Holman isn't playing week in, week out, he has to be starting regularly. That has to be the explanation. That has to be the expectation, I think, for Jake Holman, because you just look at the fact that even just that comparison there, Keely Adamson was great for the Bulls last year, man, but so was Jake Holman. But they're not, 2 divisions apart. That doesn't sound right, does it? Yeah. Callum says Holman should be league player of the season in League 2. Will be interesting to see how he goes. Yeah. Yeah, he's such a talented player. He's one of these really underrated players, and it probably comes down to the fact that he's at a club like Macarthur, who are one of the smaller clubs in the A-League. If Jake Holman was at Sydney FC or at Melbourne Victory, he'd may get more people talking about him. Just, considering it's a different club. It's a bigger club, those clubs. But yeah, like you guys say, I'm curious to see how he goes. But that's the thing. If you're going to League 2, we don't often see that, going from the A-League to League 2 to, the 4th division in England. You'd expect to be a pretty key player there. Otherwise, I don't know, what are you doing? So, halftime is just around the corner. Gold Coast Knights have a free kick here. Inman's going to whip it in. They need a goal, Gold Coast. They need a goal. The delivery was all right. No one was really there to meet it. So, make sure to join us at halftime. Do a bit of a Q&A, a bit of a chat about what's going on in Australian football. 1 minute added on in the Gold Coast Auckland game. 3-0 to Auckland FC. 2-0. Macarthur have a lead over SD Raiders. Scoreless so far between Western and Sydney. And as Tan Lee says here, so many Aussies in the championship. Yeah, dude, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun to watch it. Owen highlights that Yakalish scored for FC Noah recently, a move that kind of went under the radar. Yeah, it's a big loss for Macarthur. What was it, 22 goal contributions in the A-League last year for Marian Yakalish? Highest in the league. It was phenomenal. So, final seconds of the half for Auckland FC, who are in possession. And that is half time. What a first half of football for Auckland FC in the Australia Cup. They lead Gold Coast Knights 3-0. Randall, Rogerson, Mai with the goals. Randall scoring after just 30 seconds. Incredible. What's going on in the other games, folks? It's 2-0 between Macarthur SC, SG Raiders. Bernardo Oliveira scoring first up there. And just a few minutes later, an own goal conceded there by SG Raiders. And it's half-time between Western United and Sydney FC. Having a look at the stats in that game. Western United, 53% possession. Western have also had 6 shots. Sydney just the 2. Plenty of young players on either side on showing those matches. Debut tonight for Paul Ocon-Engsler for Sydney FC. So I'm sure Sky Blues fans are very keen to see how he goes. But as Tan Lee said there a moment ago, so many Aussies in the championship. Yeah, you've got those 4 guys at Portsmouth. Keely Adamson, Benny, and who else recently went to QPR? Didn't another player go to QPR that's escaping my brain right now? Adamson and Benny. I feel like there's another one. We've got players all over the place as well. Sammy Silvera is at Middlesbrough. Who are we missing? You guys fill in the gaps. Who are we missing in the Aussie Championship? Nestor Irankunda, of course. The big one. What a move that hopefully turns out to be for Nestor Irankunda. Obviously, it is a big move going from Bayern Munich to Watford, and hopefully he's a real star player for them this season. Marcus asks, what do you think could be the starting lineup for Sydney FC this season with this squad? Well, it may well not be too dissimilar to what we are seeing tonight for Sydney FC there, Marcus. Look, I think Alex Grant will come in at the back there, maybe ahead of Courtney Perkins or Josh King. Joel King. Joel King. So I think Alex Grant comes in, and then in midfield, like Leo Senna, probably alongside. I'd probably go Paul Ocon-Engsler. I'm a big fan of Paul Ocon-Engsler. I think he's a top player. So that could be that midfield duo. Aside from that, for Sydney, man, like it's tricky. I think Joe Lolly's obviously a lock, but Reece Yuli, he may well be a key player for Sydney this year. Obviously, you've got Costa in the mix. But Marcus, I'm really curious to see what Sydney FC do when it comes to forwards. They've got Patrick Wood there. They've recently signed Al Hassan Toure. So, yeah, very curious to see what happens there. G'day, Boston. Good to see you here. Loving the Central Coast. Glad to hear Boston. It's a beautiful, beautiful place. Owen mentions that it's a boring game between Sydney and Western. Thanks for that. Jalen Pearman, that's the other one. Thank you, Callum and Marcus. Jalen Pearman at QPR. I knew I was missing something. Luongo, says Marcus. Yep, Luongo has signed with Millwall. Marcus also mentions Burgess. Cameron Burgess is signed with Swansea for this season. And thank you, Callum. Riley McGree, also at Middlesbrough. And I'm sure there's others we're forgetting. Tommy Glover. Where's he at the moment? Yeah, so many Aussies over in England and Scotland, of course, as well. So, yeah, I think we're going to keep a close eye on what's happening in the English Championship this year, especially considering that this is, World Cup year. We've got the World Cup coming up next year. So, this is a big season for so many players, man. Yeah. Owen, are you pranking me, man? Are you pranking me with that rumor? You better not be pranking me, man. I'm checking the socials, Owen. Don't tease me, Owen. What's this about Fabrizio Romano and Thomas Muller and Sydney FC? I'm checking. I'm checking the socials, dude. I don't see anything. I think Owen's trying to prank me. Unless you're being legit, Owen. I just had a quick look online. I couldn't find anything. Callum says Sydney definitely need another striker. Will have to be foreign, as I don't think there are any good Aussie free agents left. And that's the thing. Like Al Hassan Toure, I think that's a good signing for Sydney because he provides a bit of versatility as well. Can play out wide or through the middle. But the Sky Blues have pretty much always brought in a strike from overseas. Last year was Patrick Klimala. Season before, Fabio Gomez. And previously they had the likes of Bobo and Adam Lafondra. Sydney love to sign strikers from overseas. And that's just what they do. They're a big club and they like to sign big-name strikers. So, hey, will it be Thomas Muller? We don't know. Probably not. Probably not. But hey, wouldn't that be fun? Wouldn't that be fun? Ricardo Martin says, hey, buddy, waiting for the Victory game. I'm on holidays in Portugal. Ricardo, wow, thanks for tuning in, mate. And yeah, Melbourne Victory getting underway that game in just over half an hour. Taking on Olympic Kingsway. Hunter earlier asked, are there any Aussies in the Premier League outside of Kuala and Gauchi? Can't think of anyone, honestly. In the Premier League this season, I don't think there's anyone. Yeah, Joe Gauchi, obviously Aston Villa. Garen Kowal at Newcastle United. There's no other Aussies in the Premier League at the moment, is there? I don't think so. If anyone can remember, let us know. Yes, that just to confirm, that was a prank by Owen, I believe, according to the laughing emojis there. They're showing the stats for this Auckland FC game. 14 shots for Auckland. Just the 2 for Gold Coast. 58% possession for Auckland as well. They've been pretty dominant so far, the Black Knights. Callum says, hoping Kingsway will give us our cup set. Dude, I think we might get it. That's in my predictions video that I put out last week here on the channel. You guys saw that. I was like, I feel like Olympic Kingsway might get the win. A big trip away for Victory. Still sort of establishing their squad for this new season. They've lost some great players, so it might be a cup set. G'day, Tay Burns. Which game you were looking forward to this week? As in the cup this week? I mean, I am curious to see how Melbourne Victory go later tonight. That was a key one against Olympic Kingsway. But I'll tell you what, I am looking forward to two particular games tomorrow. Newcastle Jets, Adelaide United will be interesting, and Apia Leichhardt against Melbourne City. That'll be a big one tomorrow. Tomorrow, that is the final match day in the round of 32. And then, if I'm not mistaken, we have the draw tomorrow night, right? We have the draw tomorrow night. Owen in the live chat here, thanks for tagging me in regards to that one on X. Yes, it does look like Thomas Muller will be heading to the MLS, not Sydney FC, unfortunately. And of course, earlier tonight we had the draw in the Asian Cup. The Matildas will be taking on South Korea, Iran, and the Philippines. Tough draw, dude. It's a tough draw. That's a tough draw. It really is. So that will be a tricky group there, I think, for Australia. But of course, we'll be heading into that tournament as I think favourites, rightly so, considering that it is on home soil. And but there's no doubt we've got some really tough competition. And that group stage will already provide some tough tests for us, hey? So, what do you guys make of these games so far? What's your feelings? What's your predictions from here on out? Let us know. Auckland leading Gold Coast 3-0 between West United and Sydney FC. And it's a 2-goal lead for MacArthur FC against SD Raiders. Will we see any big comebacks in the second half? Let us know. No worries, Boston. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Hunter says, I love that there's 3 full A-League games, as there's more chances of NPL clubs going further. That's true, Hunter. Yeah. We've got a few all A-League matchups in the round of 32. So as you say there, Hunter, less competition for the NPL teams. That's right. Owen, I didn't know that. Jamie McLaren, I did see that it was his birthday today. Melbourne City posted about that today. Jamie McLaren and Bessa Barisha's birthday today. Do they share the same birthday? There you go. Wow. Siphoning Lightning, in my opinion, NPL is better than the A League. I mean, to be fair, it's not often that we do see NPL teams beat A League teams, but hey, we may well see. We may well get some cup sets over the next couple of days. The Paramount Plus broadcast is showing us some of the highlights of that Western United Sydney game. Oh, they just showed that save. Some of you guys were talking about it earlier. Gus Hoofslet with a big save there for Sydney FC. Great save. But yeah, it doesn't look like too many opportunities in that game. In that game between Western and Sydney, 8 shots total combined for both teams. We'll be staying live for the next game as well. Melbourne Victory taking on Olympic Kingsway. That's kicking off in half an hour, actually. Actually, let's check the lineup for that one. Let's check the lineup. Here we go. Live reaction to this lineup. Appreciate you guys joining us for this live watch along tonight, man. It's a big one. 4 games tonight in the Cup. 4 games. Melbourne Victory lineup. Let's have a look. Have they even shared their lineup? Here we go. Found it. Starting from Melbourne Victory tonight, Jack Duncan in goals. Dalma Traore, Jackson. Defenders, Roderick Miranda is starting as well. Josh Insera. Rawlins is on the bench. Interesting. Valadon starting in midfield tonight for Victory alongside Dorigo. And then that attacking 4 for Victory. Looks like Virgos is starting as striker. Machash is there. Santos and Jelicic. So that's almost exactly what the team they fielded for the Wrexham game a few weeks back, right? Oh, they've just shown that the lineup on the broadcast as well. Isn't that handy? Have they said Ren Episcopo? On Paramount Plus, they've just showed up Ren Episcopo is starting. So whether there's been a change there to the lineup, not sure. Keep an eye on what Victory are doing for tonight's game. There may well be a change up to that lineup. John says it's a top lineup from Victory. There's certainly some strength there, that's for sure. Like, I know we're talking about maybe a chance of a cup set, but you can't deny that there's plenty of quality in that squad. On Victory's social media pages, Piscopo is listed on the bench alongside the likes of Jing Rees, Josh Rawlins, a few youngsters on the bench there as well for Melbourne Victory. But overall, that is a strong starting 11. Yeah. But yeah, we'll keep an eye on that one. 4 big games tomorrow night in the Cup as well. We touched on them a little bit earlier. Apia Leichhardt taking on Melbourne City. That's a big one. Apia Leichhardt, one of the teams will be featuring in the Australian Championship later this year. They are hosting the A-League Men's Champions, Melbourne City. And then there's a Brisbane derby tomorrow in the Cup. Brisbane City hosting Olympic FC. So that will be a spicy one, I think. We've also got Canberra, Croatia taking on Metro Stars. And then an all A-League matchup as well tomorrow night in Maitland. Newcastle Jets will be hosting Adelaide United. So that's going to be a fascinating one as well. You've got 2 A-League teams with new head coaches there. Mark Milligan at the Jets and Ayrton Andrioli at Adelaide United. So, yeah, some more debuts for those A-League teams there, I'm sure. A bunch of new signings who may well feature tomorrow night. Lightning says that the Wellington Perth penalty shoot was amazing, in my opinion. It was pretty chaotic, wasn't it? Ricardo says, I'm hoping to go to New Zealand twice. I've been to all A-League venues in Oz. Wow. Ricardo, which one's your favourite? That's what I want to know. I can't say that I've been to all A-League venues in Australia. Which one's your favourite, Ricardo? I mean, I could be a biased Mariners fan and say, Central Coast Stadium. But we'd love to hear from you, Ricardo. If anyone else, feel free to chime in. What's your favourite A-League stadium? Lightning says that Apia will lose 5-2 tomorrow night against City. I think City will be too strong, yeah. I don't know whether it'll be that big of a scoreline, but I think they will cruise past in the end. Callum says, I was thinking today that City have been quiet in the transfer window. Really want them to do well in the ACL this season. We need that coefficient boosted. Yeah, Callum, we do need that boosted. And it's always interesting watching the Asian Champions League. And, you know, even if it's not your team in that competition, you sort of want them to do well, hey? You want them to do well. So, yeah, we do want to see Melbourne City go deep into that tournament this time around. So, yeah, hopefully they'll do well. But as you say there, Callum, they have been relatively quiet. So, keen to see how Melbourne City go. 3 competitions they're juggling this season: Melbourne City Australia Cup, Asian Champions League, and A-League. Second half is underway. Auckland FC taking on the Gold Coast Knights. 3-0 lead for Auckland. What a start in the Australia Cup for them. It's been very impressive so far for the A-League premiers. They've looked good, dude. They've looked real good, real strong. So, what can Gold Coast Knights do in response? After what happened in that first half there, they were just... They couldn't do much in the end. Marcus is saying 3-0 MacArthur already? Have we got a third goal for the Bulls? Wowee. Big start. 3-0 it is. MacArthur FC have got one foot in the round of 16. Third goal. Who scored it? Who scored it? I'm trying to get the update on my end. Trying to keep an eye on all the action that's happening. Harry Sawyer, says Hunter. Sawyer, my boy Sawyer, says Lightning. Harry Sawyer will score 2 more goals, says Lightning as well. There you go. We were talking about him a bit earlier. Harry Sawyer, tall, strong striker, man, a formidable player. And if he gets into some good form this year, this could be a big season for Harry Sawyer at MacArthur FC. There you go. He has found MacArthur's third. Great start to the second half for the Bulls, who are stamping their dominance. What are we saying here? Peter, g'day Peter. Peter says, interesting seeing that the A-League sites lineups this season. Looks like they're taking the cup matches more seriously. Struck me in previous comps, a few teams played more squad players. Yes, in regards to the lineups that we are seeing from these A-League teams, there's not... Yeah, like you say there, Peter, sometimes there are more sort of squad players. There's just like a bit more rotation, hey? For Auckland FC tonight, this is like a basically full-strength lineup. They're not resting too many players. Obviously, I mean, you don't necessarily have to rest players, but you'd think at this stage in the Cup, maybe they'd give opportunities to other players. Nando Pineacker is going to pick up a yellow card here, committing the foul, and Gold Coast have a free kick in a dangerous position. Lightning says I miss Sawyer for South Melbourne. Callum says Ocon is a level above, technically. Yeah, man, I'm not keeping an active eye on the Western United Sydney FC game, but yeah, I'm really curious to see how Ocon Angsler goes in the A League. It'll be good. Lightning says, I think an NPL club will win the cup. It'd be cool to see. We'd love to see it. We did see Sydney United 58 get to the final back in 2022, losing to MacArthur in the end. Will we see an NPL club go all the way this time around? Who knows? I mean, Heidelberg United, they're looking strong. They've been very strong in NPL Victoria this season. We'll see how they go. Here comes Gold Coast with a free kick. That's direct. Oh, it's hit the crossbar. Great chance. Bouncing around. Oh my goodness, dude. Gold Coast Knights, so close. What a moment. What a free kick. Smashed against the crossbar there. Wow. Great opportunity for Gold Coast. Highlight of the night for them. They have had a couple moments tonight, Gold Coast Knights, despite the big gap on the scoreboard. On Paramount Plus, they're finally showing us the highlight there, that goal for MacArthur. Here's my live reaction to it. Nice run forward. Who's that? Franz Deli, perhaps. And Harry Sawyer puts it in the back of the net. Nice move. Nice goal there. Who was that teed that up? Was that Deli or was it someone else, perhaps? I might be mistaken. Nice goal from MacArthur SC, though. Harry Sawyer scoring number 3 for the Bulls. 3-goal lead for them. Appreciate you guys joining us tonight for our Mega Australia Cup watch-along. If you haven't done so already, please hit the like button. Support the channel. We are all about promoting Australian football, A-Leagues, Socceroos, Matildas, talking all that good stuff. Australia Cup as well, of course. Falls under that umbrella. It gives us a chance to get a look at the A-League teams a few months out from the A-League season kicking off. We last week had confirmation that the A-League men's season will kick off on October 17. I remember that one as well. Lightning, who says in the live chat here, I still remember when City lost 6-1 in the A-League final. I remember it very well, of course, being a Mariners fan. I was there in person to see that fantastic result. Excuse me, as Lightning has corrected me here. Politidis' first assist for MacArthur. Thank you for correcting me there. Excuse me, I said Franz Daly before. Well, it was indeed Harry Politidis' great run from left back. Lightning says here, hear me out, the next big Australian player will be Lawrence Wong. A bit of a breakout season for him last year at Melbourne City. So, yeah, I think you could be right there, Lightning. He's a player with enormous potential. Exciting midfielder. So, keen to see how he goes at City. Second year in the A-League. Owen says, Sawyer looking active and dangerous on our set pieces and overall doing pretty well. I don't think he will do better than Germain. Obviously, Valère Germain was great for the Bulls. A different kind of striker as well. He's a completely different kind of striker. So it'll almost mean a different style of play going forward for MacArthur. But that's good to see that he's looking good so far. Another foul given here. Well, Nanapanak has just been booked. Just moments ago, he's caught up in another incident here, another foul, and Gold Coast are going to have another good free kick opportunity. Marcus says the next big Aussie is Wataru Kamijo. Again, another one of these players who had a bit of a breakout season last year and could well get better and better this year. I don't even know if that was a foul, man. I don't even know if that was really a foul. It looked a little bit soft, but another great opportunity here from the free kick. Just 2 players on the wall for Auckland. Dude, if Gold Coast score here, it gets a little bit interesting. There's still plenty of time in this game. Direct for goal, but that's a comfortable save in the end. Not enough to test the keeper. Hunter says, I'll be going to the Newcastle-Adelaide match. Hopefully we win. Hope you enjoy the game there, Hunter. There you go. Watching a game in the Hunter is Hunter tomorrow night. Callum says, Kudleshi and McNichol should also get a chance to break out this season. Yeah, Kudleshi starting tonight for Western United. And Quinn McNichol, who we remember broke through for Brisbane Roar. I think it's 2 years ago now in the Australia Cup. In 2023, I remember as a 15-year-old Quinn McNichol came on for Brisbane Roar. We haven't seen too much of him at A-League level. So, yeah, who knows? Maybe this is a year for the teenager. Max Mikula from South Melbourne will sign for an A-League team. Hear me out. Dude, I remember he put in some good, impressive performances in the Australia Cup last year. South Melbourne getting to the semi-finals in the Cup last year. Corner kick for Auckland. We haven't had too many opportunities so far the second half, from what we've seen. But, I mean, they're pretty much already cruising through to the next stage. But if they get number 4 here, Auckland, it is done and dusted for me. It is done and dusted. We might have to swap over. We're watching here the Gold Coast Knights Auckland game, but we might have to swap over to Western United Sydney FC. Because we haven't got any goals in that game yet. Olympic Kingsway and Melbourne Victory is going to kick off in about 15 minutes. Big night tonight. Ricardo says, I went to Sydney for New Year's Eve, went to Gosford, then come back on New Year's Day. Love it. Love it, Ricardo. South Melbourne only got knocked out last year because of the soft penalty call, says Lightning. Getting knocked out in the end against MacArthur, wasn't it? In the semis. MacArthur received winners of the Cup last year. So 10 minutes into the second half. Auckland FC with the 3-goal lead. Of course, early on in pre-season, so you'd imagine we'll see a number of substitutes pretty soon for Auckland. Keep an eye on that one. Lightning says I went to every South Melbourne Cup game last year. Love it. Yeah, they had a great run, didn't they? Love to hear it. G'day, Newer Jets. Football is in the live chat. We love Newer Jets football. Doing great content over there. Here's Harry. Everyone make sure to check out Newer Jets football. Great stuff. Callum says, McAllister coming on for Sydney. This might be his professional breakout game. Yeah, dude. This Matthias McAllister, who made his A-League debut last season. But, yeah, this could be a real breakout campaign for him. Because we know he's been scoring plenty of goals at NPL level. So, another good opportunity. Another great opportunity for Gold Coast Knights there a moment ago. That long-range effort tipped away for a corner. Dude, this attitude, the attitude that Gold Coast have come out with in the second half has been great. They've been really positive. And they are looking to get on the score sheet here. Pull one back. Still plenty of time. So, if Gold Coast Knights can score soon, they could make it interesting. Still a long way to go, but still dreaming of a cup set tonight, folks. Will we get the cup set tonight? As we've been talking about, strong lineups for a lot of the A-League teams tonight. Really strong lineups, especially for Auckland FC here. Talking about some of their star players, especially even that back line. You know, you look at that back four, Sakai, Dan Hall, Pineacker, De Vries. Strong, man. Gold Coast, nice little move here for the home team. They're in behind. Great chance for the Knights. Cross is cleared behind by Dan Hall. They've got another corner here, the Gold Coast Knights. They're pushing. They're still in it. The goal's coming, surely. They're looking dangerous, Gold Coast Knights. They are not giving up. Owen says, MacArthur are going back-to-back if we don't put the likes of Melbourne and Auckland, says Owen. Here comes the corner, though, for Gold Coast Knights, headed away by Pineacre. But I'll tell you what, yeah, MacArthur, they've won the Cup twice already, which is pretty phenomenal for such a young club. Yeah, who says they can't make another strong run of the Cup? So, yeah. Really keen to see how the Bulls go this year, man. One thing that we talked about in the 2010s is the fact that how Adelaide United were like their cup specialists back in those days. Adelaide United won the cup like 3 times in 4 or 5 years or something. And who knows, maybe MacArthur FC could be the new cup specialists for the new era, for the 2020s. A couple changes for Auckland FC right now. Jake Brimmer and Liam Gillian are coming on. Ken Howison's heading off the pitch. So a couple of changes there for Auckland FC. Jake Brimmer's on in midfield. Howison and Francois, the players, leaving. Liam Gillian's also on as well. I was really impressed with Liam Gillian at Auckland last season. I thought he looked really, really dangerous early on in the season. I don't think he ever scored a goal. That was the only thing that was missing, right? Did he score a goal last season, Gillian? He might have. But I remember that was the thing that he was just missing. But he looked so dangerous, Liam Gillian, playing off that left wing. So he's off the bench tonight. No goals to report just yet in the Western United Sydney game. Still scoreless. Lightning says, hear me out, the final will be South Melbourne Sydney United. Dude, I mean, that would be an incredible game to watch, that's for sure. Alrighty. Marcus says there are no more players from the original Western United and MacArthur FC squads. Fun fact, Marcus, and yeah, that sounds right, doesn't it? Yeah. Have we got 4-0? Owen has said 4-0 here to MacArthur. Have they already scored number 4? Checking on my end. Hasn't updated on my end yet, but I wouldn't be surprised. Bulls look like they're playing well tonight, man. Hunter says, I think if Gold Coast Knights got a different A-League team, one that wasn't so dominant last season, great chance for Auckland. It's a good save, dude. Get out of my May on the line. Very close. As Hunter says here, yeah. If Gold Coast Knights had a team that wasn't so dominant last season, they could be more into this game. You're probably right there, Hunter. I mean, Auckland FC, it's always going to be so tricky against them. We're all very curious to see how Auckland go in their second season in their existence. Can they be as dominant as they were last year? I don't know if they'll be as dominant. Like, where do you guys think Auckland FC will finish next season? Like realistically, what are we actually thinking? Like, I don't think they'll finish first again. But they're not going to completely fall off. They've got much of the same squad that was there last season. Hey? All right, the Paramount Plus broadcast of the Australia Cup has just cut to the MacArthur game. Dean Bosniak off the right. They're showing us this goal. Bosniak, Economides. Oh, disappointing from the goalkeeper there. Through the legs. And that's goal number 4. MacArthur FC are cruising into the round of 16. Chris Economides with a goal. Lightning says, I think Auckland will struggle without Paulson. That is a big factor. Yeah, I mean, he was the best goalkeeper in the A-League over the last 2 years, so yeah. Callum says Paulson's still not getting a loan move. He's concerning unless I miss something. Yeah, I haven't seen him anything about a loan move yet for Alex Paulson. So we'll see how much involvement he has for Bournemouth this season in the English Premier League. Owen's predicting Auckland to be a low top 6, on the lower end of the top 6, perhaps. Lightning saying Auckland in 9th. I mean, that would be quite the drop off for them, wouldn't it? Callum says I think Auckland will be around 3rd this season. Owen's saying 4th or 5th, perhaps. And Hunter says I'm guessing top 4 at least. Losing Paulson will definitely affect them heavily. Yeah, like I think they can definitely finish top 4 again. As you say, I think top 4. That's sort of the way I sometimes look at things when like predicting where teams are going to finish. Like you could say top 6, top 4, top 2. Obviously, those top 2 spots are so important because it means you miss out on semis. You miss out on the elimination finals, go straight to the semis. So that's sort of a big apple to aim for. Marcus says that Toure is on. Al Hassan Toure on for his Sydney FC debut over there in Western Melbourne. Yes, Newey Jets, we will be doing the whole Victory game on stream. And Newey Jets, thanks for reminding me, because that game is going to kick off shortly, hey? That game is going to kick off momentarily. You're right there, Lightning. Nana Wedding played an amazing game. I mean, 9-0. Incredible. What a match. What a game. Another change here for Auckland FC. Callan Elliott is coming on Fernando Pinacker. Now, that's probably just because he's on a yellow card. Pinacker's been good tonight, but yeah, he's on that yellow, so no point risking anything there. Callan Elliott's on, so that means Hiroki Sakai will go to centre back. Alrighty. Great to see so many of you guys joining us for our big Australia Cup live watch along tonight. Match day 4. 4 games tonight. 3 of them are into the second half. Olympic Kingsway versus Melbourne Victory about to kick off. Al Hassan Toure, this is the first time Owen is hearing about it, apparently. When did that happen? Yeah, well, it's relatively recent. It was like a week ago, maybe. It was confirmed like a week ago. Yeah, look, I don't blame you, Owen. It is tricky to keep up with the transfer news. I mean, we've been doing... And because it is sometimes tricky to keep up with the transfer news, that's why we've been doing the weekly transfer recap videos here on the channel. Gillian with a cross for Auckland, straight to the hands of the keeper though. But yeah, hope you guys have been enjoying those weekly recaps. We do them every Friday here on the channel, recapping all the A-League and Aussie transfer news. Lightning says, even though I support City, I think that City will finish 2nd, Western will finish 1st. Wow. Big prediction. Yeah, dude, I think Melbourne City will be strong once again. I feel like Western will struggle this year. I feel like they might slip down, you know. Couple big departures. Noah Botic is a big loss for Western United. Yeah, very, very curious to see how they go. Because, I mean, they proved a lot of us wrong last year, didn't they? Western United. I predicted them last season to struggle, and they finished 3rd. They were very good. You know, but can they maintain that level? I don't necessarily have some of the star players that other teams have. So it's another corner for Gold Coast Knights here, who haven't given up at all. Delivery's cleared away. Auckland have been pretty comfortable at the back, defending things quite well. Another cross coming in, though. Good goalkeeping. Gold Coast are running out of time. Auckland with those 3 first-half goals. This is Auckland's first ever Australia Cup game, and they're looking very good. Here comes Gillian. There's Gajegos. Can't get to it. But again, Auckland, they are looking dangerous when they get forward, that's for sure. Have we still got no goals between West United and Sydney FC? Is that still the case? I'm quite surprised, to be honest. All right. I'm pulling up that Western United Sydney FC game on my on another screen here. A multi-screen setup happening. Actually, might have to pull up the Victory game. We will pull that up later. I'm sure you guys are running the multi-screen setup tonight. Whatever screens you got available to you. But I appreciate you guys dedicating a screen to the stream here. In a way, this is sort of your one-stop shop. Keeping you guys up to date to everything that's going on in the Australia Cup tonight. But I am also watching the Sydney FC Western game now. Sydney, oh, they've just scored. Dude, there's 2 goals at once, basically, have just been scored. Matthias McAllister has just scored for Sydney FC. And Auckland FC have just scored. Oh my gosh, dude. What is going on? All of a sudden, it's been a little bit quiet for a moment there, and we've got goals all over the place all of a sudden. Auckland FC, Liam Gillian, what a goal! Oh my gosh, dude, I'm just seeing the replay. I missed it live. Liam Gillian with a curling cracker from outside the box. And McAllister has just scored his first senior goal, right? That's his first goal for Sydney FC, the first team. Wow. Wowee. McAllister. And, you know, we were just talking about in the chat a moment ago, weren't we? About McAllister. Maybe this could be a big breakout game for him, breakout season. Perhaps loading for McAllister. Well, he's scored. What an impact. Callum loves it. Finally, says Marcus. Blinker says, great impact for the kid. Stoked for him. Wow. And, of course, as we know, the son of Dylan McAllister, former Central Coast Mariner, former Gold Coast United. He played for Melbourne Heart back in the day. He played for Wellington, didn't he? Dylan McAllister. This is a bit of a griddle for those who remember griddle. I'm trying to remember all the teams that Dylan McAllister played for. Those are the 4 that I can remember. Wellington, right? He played for Wellington. He played for Mariners, Melbourne Heart, Gold Coast United, and I think Wellington. Is there any other teams that Dylan McAllister played for? Great striker. Over a decade ago now, he was playing in the A-League, and his son, Matthias McAllister, has just scored for Sydney FC in the Cup. Love it. Love it. All right. What else are you saying? Owen asked a bit early if Sydney FC and Western go to extra time, will he switch over to that game? Yes, I think we will. We'll also keep an eye on what happens in the Victory game as well, so that'll be the focus as well. Lightning earlier said that Perth have had the best transfer window, in my opinion. They've been busy early. They've been very busy early on. We'll see what the other teams do. There's still plenty of time in the window. It's still open for another month and a half. But yeah, man, Perth Glory have been really impressive with some of the moves that they've been making. Brian Kaltak is obviously the big one. What a signing! He's been one of the best defenders in the A-League over the last couple of years. So that's a huge signing for Glory. Scott Wood and Sam Sutton made their Glory debuts on the weekend in the Cup. Callum Timmins is back at the club. Mark Birighitti. Here comes Auckland again. Great chance. Just broken down at the last, but they're looking real dangerous. Every time they go forward, man. They finally got that 4th goal. Liam Gillian, great strike. And surely now this result here is done and dusted for Auckland. And I think the same can be said for Macarthur SC. They also have a 4-goal lead over SD Raiders there in Sydney. Do you normally stay after the New Year's match at Central Coast Mariners game? Asked Nama a moment ago. Yeah. Yes, of course. They usually do the fireworks at Gosford Waterfront there at those games. No worries, Lightning. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Really appreciate it. Appreciate the comments and the questions. And appreciate you being part of the live chat tonight, mate. G'day, Jimbo. Thanks for joining us here in the live chat. Hope you're doing well. Lightning also mentioned that City will struggle more without Tilio, but not too much. But it is a big loss. It is a big loss, that's for sure. And you know, I'm sure they would have loved to have had him around for another season, maybe even just another year on loan. But yeah, obviously they're going to be disappointed that they don't have him around. But I'm sure a club like Melbourne City will bring in another top winger. Those wide players are so crucial for Melbourne City. So, the Melbourne Victory Olympic Kingsway game, as far as I'm aware, has kicked off. So much going on tonight, folks. So much going on in the Cup. We love it. We love the Australia Cup, dude. Such a wonderfully unique tournament. Dude, I'd love to have Jason Cummings back at the Mariners. So yeah, especially now, considering that Mariners have lost Alec Kual and we need strikers. So, hey, if Mariners were to announce Jason Cummings, I'd go crazy. It'd be great. Hunter says Brisbane have been interesting in the transfer window as well, in my opinion. Recently signing Vidic from Newcastle. Yep. James McGarry's the big one for me at Brisbane. I think that's a top signing. You're bringing in a really, really good A-League left back there, James McGarry. Christopher Long, this striker was coming over from England. That looks like a fascinating signing. Michael Roos is there as well. Milorad Stajic, midfielder. Who else have they signed? Ability is signed on a permanent deal after he was at the club on loan last season. So, yeah, they've been busy as well, Brisbane. Still not enough to suggest that they're really going to push up the ladder. I'm curious to see how some of the new signings go settling in. But if they settle in quickly, it could be a real big season for Brisbane where they bounce back. And who knows, maybe return to finals. But yeah, it's going to take a big step up from that squad. That's for sure. There's so many teams that we're really curious to see how they go this upcoming season. That is so random. Owen, my uncle played against Jason Cummings in India. Actually, that is very random. Wow, love it. All right, looks like the Western United Sydney game is about 5 minutes ahead of the Gold Coast Knights Auckland game. In the final 10 minutes there, Western United looking to keep their Australia Cup run alive. They are trailing against Sydney. McAllister, the young striker, with a goal for Sydney FC. Gold Coast Knights looking to get on the score sheet here at home. But Auckland FC have just been too strong tonight. Jake Brimmer's flying forward. Gets it out wide to the right. Geronimo May. Great chance for Auckland. Oh, cross the face of goal. That was very close, though. Very close. Geronimo May already got one goal tonight in that first half. Looking for number 2. And that one was very close. Forgot about the Victory game. Yes, it is. It's underway, isn't it? It's kicked off. If anyone's tuning into the Victory game, let us know. I'm watching the Auckland FC Gold Coast game still, and I've got on another screen, I've got Western United Sydney FC, which is in the final stages of that game now. So, Western United, 84th minute in that game, they are looking for the equaliser. They've got a corner as well, Western United. Third gate in swinger. Oh, dangerous delivery. Playing at the home ground tonight, Western United. McKinley on for Gejagos, another sub there for Auckland. And it looks like that's Middleton, Oliver Middleton coming on to replace Logan Rogerson as well. So another opportunity for a young player there at Auckland. Great to see. So 2 more changes there for Auckland. They have utilised all their substitutes now. And Olwen has updated us on the live chat saying that Caceres, goal for MacArthur, 5-0. Wow. Love Soccer, thanks for joining us in the live chat. Says Raiders need to work on their defence desperately. It just hasn't worked out for them tonight. And looking at some of those goals, man, unfortunately some poor goalkeeping errors as well. Yeah. Nama asks, do you think the matter will stay at Western Sydney Wanderers? I think so. I think he will. I've got no, that's just me speculating. But I'd expect him to stick around. Look, hopefully he gets more game time. That's the only thing. He was just featuring here and there off the bench Mata last season. So hopefully he has, plays more. Hopefully he plays more. But I'd like to see him stick around. That's for sure. All right. 85 minutes played between Western United and Sydney FC. Sky Blues with a 1-goal lead. Sydney FC won the Australia Cup in 2023. Can they bounce back with a big run here as well? Sky Blues, you might remember, they had a really disappointing result in the round of 32 last season, losing to Oakley Cannons in that first game. So hopefully they can, for them, they can have a big run this time around. And it looks like Western are really pushing here for this equaliser. Sydney FC, young goalkeeper Gus Hoof's looting goals, busy. And meanwhile for Auckland FC, it looks like they're really cruising to victory here, 4-0. I mean, credit to Gold Coast Knights. They've utilised their opportunities getting forward. Well, they've looked dangerous getting forward in the second half, especially from set pieces. But it's obviously going to take a lot to break down that stubborn Auckland defence. Finally getting a look at this goal for Anthony Caceres, drilling it home. Looks like they're cruising to victory here, MacArthur FC. 5 goals. And that's a first goal in MacArthur colours for Anthony Caceres. 5 goals for the Bulls. And perhaps another big season coming up for Anthony Caceres at MacArthur FC. Lightning's tuning into the victory game. Let us know if anything happens there, man. I mean, I haven't got that game up right now. I will be pulling it up in just a second. Hunters asks, wasn't One Mata rumoured to be buying into the Mariners at some point? That was mentioned. It was in an article, it was a while ago now, man. That was like a few weeks back. Maybe like a month or two ago now. Yeah, who knows how much there was actually to that, how far that actually went. And there's been a lot of speculation in regards to what happens, what's happening with that ownership situation there at the Mariners. So, hey, if One Month is interested, as a Mariners fan, yeah, I'd love it. There's also links in regards to QPR maybe being interested in purchasing Mariners, but again, that was a while ago now, and we haven't heard anything else. So we'll see what happens. Lightning says Victory should have had a penalty, even with my City bias. There you go. So that game should only be a few minutes into it. 10 minutes maybe into it. All right. Not long to go between Western and Sydney as well. Final few minutes. Auckland FC just taking things pretty comfortably as they look to see out this 4-0 lead. 5-goal lead for MacArthur as well. Strong starts for these A-League teams, man. We saw, all the A-League teams have been good so far. We've only seen a few, in the Cup just so far. But Western Sydney Wanderers last week, they were strong against Peninsula Power. With that 3-0 victory, they looked really good. It could have been more. It should have been more, really. I mean, they had a penalty that was missed, that was saved, rather. Kryev almost had a hat-trick last week for Wanderers. But they were good. they were good last week. So the A-League teams are looking strong so far. The likelihood of a cup set isn't looking too good. But of course, we still have another game coming up tonight. Olympic Kingsway Victory. Melbourne Victory. Very curious to see how they go. So I'll be flicking on that game in just a moment. They've named a strong lineup overall. Again, not necessarily utilising this stage of the cup to rotate the squad and play a bunch of younger players. That all these A-League teams playing real full strength squads. Sydney FC looking like they're going to seal qualification to the round of 16. Western United, they are pushing with they're into injury time now. 3 minutes added on at Tarneet. Western United trailing Sydney FC. 3 minutes added on. Western United, dude, they haven't, for memory at least, Western United haven't had the best of form in the cup, hey? We don't often see them make strong runs. That's a good long-range effort. I think it was Luke Vickery. He was testing Gus Hoofsloot straight into his hands, though. But I'll tell you what, that isn't much out of time there for Western United. Just the 3. I do think the Mariners will get the wooden spoon this season. Look, Mariners, we need some signings to avoid the wooden spoon, that's for sure. Hopefully we'll be all right. Hopefully we do avoid it. Great to hear. Love Soccer says I'm going to Apia versus City tomorrow. Should be a great game. Hope you enjoy it. Lightning says if Nutter winning versus an A-League team, I might go to that game. Dude, that'd be great to see, wouldn't it? I mean, Nutter Wadding with that big win last week over Darwin Olympic. So there's a big chance they could draw an A-League team for the round of 16. And yeah, that'd be awesome. I'm sure that'd be a great game to go to as well. Indeed. We are into the 87th minute as Auckland FC are cruising to a 4-0 victory here against Gold Coast Knights. I think we expected a win here. Comfortable win for Auckland, and that is what we are getting. Meanwhile, Western United are almost out of time. Sydney FC, Matthias McAllister with a goal. May well be enough to get them through to the round of 16. Here comes Auckland on the attack. Randall shoots. Good save, parried away. The shot stats would be interesting to look at. I'm sure Auckland are into the 20s now when it comes to shots. They've had so many efforts on goal this game. It's 4, but it could have been more. Owen says MacArthur will finish last this season. Owen, you're a MacArthur fan. You're not supposed to say that. Do you actually think so? I don't think MacArthur will finish anywhere near last. That's just me. I'd love to hear your reasoning, Owen. I'd love to hear your reasoning. I think they've still got a strong enough squad to be competitive this year. That's just me. So, seconds remaining for Western United. They're charging forward. Full-time whistle about to ring. We're about to get that full-time result in the west of Melbourne. One final chance. Josh Lawton looks like he's fouled. That's full time, is it? It is full time. Sydney FC are through to the round of 32, round of 16. They have knocked out Western United. Full time in Tarneet. There we go. The Sky Blues are through to the next round. The winner coming late in the second half, courtesy of Matthias McAllister. What a moment for the young striker. And as Lightning says here, Olympic Kingsway almost scored. And that reminds me, I'm going to flick onto that game now on another screen. Here we go. All right, I've got that up now as well. Melbourne Victory against Olympic Kingsway over in Western Australia. Meanwhile, not long remaining between Gold Coast Knights and Auckland FC. It's been a good, really good, positive performance from Auckland FC. Their first game in the Australia Cup. But as they lead up to the A-League season, this is a really, really promising start for them. Overall, very comfortable. Gold Coast Knights showed up with a couple decent opportunities. Mainly from set pieces. Hitting the crossbar at one stage. But Auckland have just been too good tonight, man, haven't they? Lightning, yeah, that's right. Perth did play at Olympic Kingsway's pitch. This is the same stadium where Perth Glory played Wellington Phoenix on the weekend. So, 4 minutes added on in the Gold Coast Knights Auckland FC game. Auckland have pretty much had all the ball for the last 5 minutes or so, by the looks of things. Gillian with another effort. Oh, dude. He should have scored there. He was afforded so much space there, was Liam Gillian. He already scored a cracker earlier on and wasn't too far away that time as well. Owen says, I think we will finish, MacArthur SC, I think we will finish last, if not near the bottom, not because of a lack of quality, because of the number of departures and the lack of arrivals. But if we do good in the cup, and if we do good in the cup and do bad in the league, I think the rivals have been good though, right? Talbot, Polititis, Caceres, and who else do they bring in? They brought in a couple other names that are escaping me right now, but I think the quality's still there. I don't think they'll finish towards the bottom. But that's just me. I mean, they've been good tonight though, right? MacArthur SC 5-0 win. That's great for them. Here comes Brimmer, rolling it in for Mai, who tees it up for Brimmer once more. Oh, dude, they're trying to walk it in. Mai, surely no. Wow, dude. Auckland should have scored there. They were fiddling around with it too much. Ball comes over for Middleton. Edge of the box. Middleton still... Dude, no one wants to shoot for Auckland. Just have a go. Oh, Yaramo May should have done better there, man. Sent that shot sailing over. Oh, we've got a goal. Melbourne Victory just scored, folks. Melbourne Victory score, 23rd minute, against Olympic Kingsway. Wowee. Having a look at the replay. Nicely worked goal. Is it Geordie Valadon? That's a beautiful strike. That's a lovely goal for Melbourne Victory. What a goal. Geordie Valadon, who doesn't score many goals, dude. I remember he scored last year in the Cup in the semi-final against Adelaide, right? If I'm not mistaken. Geordie Valadon scoring here in the 23rd minute against Olympic Kingsway. Melbourne Victory have the lead over there in WA. No worries, Lightning. Thanks for tuning in, mate. We will be staying live for this game, but won't be live for tomorrow night. But if you guys want to keep up to date to whenever we are going live for our watch-alongs, make sure you subscribe, of course. I believe the round of 16 draw is tomorrow night, Newey Jets. Yeah, Newey Jets just asked a moment ago. I believe that is tomorrow night. That should be after the all of tomorrow night's games wrap up. That's usually what we see. So I assume that's what we'll get as well for tomorrow. And hopefully they do the same system. Like, it was really cool what they did last year for the Australia Cup, where they didn't just draw for the round of 16, but they showed you the whole path. They drew for that whole path all the way to the final. So you could sort of see the brackets of all the teams and who they could face next and go on from there. So, which I think is really cool. I think it's great that they do that. So hopefully they do that again. I expect that they will. And that'll be great, because then we can sort of start seeing the pathways for the teams and highlight maybe who's favourites to get through to the final. So Melbourne Victory with the lead in Western Australia, 1-0. And that's full time between Gold Coast Knights and Auckland. That's 4-0. Comfortable win in the end for the team from New Zealand, their first game in the Australia Cup. They were impressive tonight, especially in that first half, dude. Too strong. What's going on here? A bit of a... They just showed us on the camera there. Hiroki Sakai having an interesting conversation with Corica. Just from his body language there, Sakai did not look happy about something. Speaking to head coach Steve Corica. Anyway, we don't know what that's about. So, all those games now have wrapped up, we believe. And now all the focus is turning to Western Australia, the one remaining game tonight, which is just into the first half. Olympic Kingsway taking on Melbourne Victory. Victory already with a 1-goal lead. But full time between Auckland FC, Gold Coast Knights. 4-0 there for Auckland. Sydney FC defeat Western United 1-0. Macarthur FC 5-0 over SD Raiders. They're showing us the stats. Auckland FC, well, I said it earlier, and there you go, 26 shots for Auckland. No surprise that they racked up that number of shots. Oh my goodness, we've got a penalty. Olympic Kingsway have a penalty. As my eyes flick over to that game, I didn't see what it was for. What was it for? But Olympic Kingsway have stepped up to the spot here. Jack Duncan in goals for Victory. What an opportunity here for the NPLWA team. Great chance. It's Mitch Oxborough, former Newcastle Jets and Perth Glory midfielder, and he scores. Olympic Kingsway equalise from the penalty spot. There you go. Game on in WA. And it's a former A-League player in Mitch Oxborough who slots the penalty home. They're showing us the replay. Was it a handball? Was it a foul? Zinedine Machash looks like he was involved. And Oxborough coolly slots home the penalty. Jack Duncan gets the right way, but wasn't able to stop it. Wow. Wowee. Hunter, has there been any news regarding Bruno Fornaroli? Last I heard, he was rumoured with a move to Perth. Dude, we haven't seen anything for a while on Fornaroli. There was even, I think it was in an article from Micah Monteverde a while back, this maybe would have been a couple months ago now, or at least a month ago, that Newcastle and Mariners were keen on him. But yeah, Perth, I think we heard that one as well. Hey, Perth Glory. I don't think we've heard anything else since, so who knows what's happening with Bruno Fornaroli. He's obviously no longer at Melbourne Victory. So yeah, we'll see what happens there with Bruno. So, all focus is on Western Australia, where Melbourne Victory are now all square with Olympic Kingsway. It is 1-1. Jordi Valadon with a fantastic goal in the 23rd minute. But shortly after, Olympic Kingsway equalising from the penalty spot. Strong lineup tonight for Melbourne Victory. Miranda Jackson at the back. Duncan in goals. Traore at left back. Insera at right back, the midfield duo, Dorigo and Valadon. It's very much a similar lineup to what we saw Victory field against Wrexham in that friendly match a few weeks back. Machash is starting behind Virgos, Santos and Jelicic in the wide positions for Melbourne Victory tonight. So we've been talking about the fact that we haven't been anywhere near this cup set yet. All of the A-League teams that we've watched so far against NPL opposition have been far too strong. Wanderers 3-0 against Peninsula Power last week. Auckland 4-0 against Gold Coast Knights. MacArthur 5-0 against SD Raiders. So far, it's 1-1 between Olympic Kingsway and Melbourne Victory after half an hour. So all the focus is now on that game. Will we finally get our first cup set? We are staying live for this one, folks. Still a long way to go in this game, but both teams, we always love to see when both teams, find the back of the net relatively early on in a game. It just makes things, really interesting from there. And of course, the timer that we have ticking away at the bottom of the screen here is linked up to the Olympic Kingsway Melbourne Victory game. Won't be doing any watch-alongs for tomorrow's games. I'm hoping to get to one of the games tomorrow night. Some big games tomorrow as well. Apia Leichhardt take on Melbourne City, Newcastle Jets, Adelaide United. That should be a good one. Another good chance for victory. Zinedine Machash. Was it? Or was it Virgos perhaps with that effort just sailing high over the bar? What other games we got on tomorrow night? Canberra, Croatia taking on Metro Stars. And Brisbane City taking on Olympic FC in a Brisbane derby match there. So a lot going on tomorrow night in the Australia Cup. And that, of course, is the final match day. We should have the draw after that, a live draw. And then they've pretty much laid out roughly the dates for the Australia Cup this year in regards to the windows of when the games will happen. They can be changed, but I believe that it's on the Australia Cup website. The round of 16, I think, is from August 9 or something like that. It goes over a week, I think, in August. So we're getting the round of 16 and quarterfinals next month in August. And then the semi-finals, I think, are on the 13th and 14th of September. The Australia Cup final date, I don't think that has been set, but it's usually a few weeks before the A-League season kicks off. It's often the first weekend of October, but we'll see. Could be in September as well. Great chance here for victory. Trying to get in behind. It was Jelicic. Just muscled off it in the end. Keegan Jelicic at Melbourne Victory this season. Curious to see how he goes at Victory. He was at Brisbane Roar last campaign. He was previously at Perth Glory, and now at Victory. This is a big move for Keegan Jelicic, obviously signing with one of the biggest clubs in the A-League in Melbourne Victory. A team that demands success. And, so far, he looks like may well be a key player for Melbourne Victory. He started against Wrexham, starting here as well. In a wide position. A lot of debate of whether that is Keegan Jelicic's best position. I do like seeing Keegan Jelicic playing through a central role, but it looks like he's playing off the left-hand side tonight for victory. We've got Ren Episcopo as well, who can play that role. The Ren Episcopo is on the bench tonight. Jing Rees can also play off the wing. Here is Jelicic. Short for Machash. His effort goes wide for a corner. It's been a big night in Australian football. Not only the Australia Cup, but of course the draw for the Asian Cup earlier tonight. Matildas. We finally have our group revealed. I will be at the Canberra game, says Tim Bob. Tim Bob, thanks for jumping in the live chats and love to hear it. The Canberra game tomorrow night. Canberra, Croatia taking on Metro Stars. That should be a good one. Hunter says, game to watch is definitely Apia Leichhardt v City. Apia is definitely capable of a cup set. Yes, we all famously remember when Apia Leichhardt defeated Western Sydney Wanderers a number of years ago. That was a big cup set there. So yeah, and huge test. Obviously, Apia Leichhardt, one of the top teams in NPL New South Wales, taking on the A-League champions Melbourne City. What a story it would be if they were able to defeat them, Apia Leichhardt, and they're hosting them obviously as well. But it's a tough test. But you got Melbourne City, obviously. If we're ever going to see a cup set, it's going to be now, dude, in the round of 32, first competitive games for the A-League teams this season. So for Melbourne City, they're going to make sure they're on their game tomorrow night, dude. They do. They have to make sure they're on their game. Because Apia Leichhardt, there's a couple of decent players in that Apia Leichhardt lineup, man. There's a former Melbourne Victory player, Fabian Monge, recently linking up with Apia Leichhardt once again. Got some formidable players in that lineup there for Apia Leichhardt there from Sydney. So that and hopefully a strong turnout for that game tomorrow night as well. And of course, it should be said that Apia Leichhardt, one of the teams playing in the Australian Championship later this year, which is getting underway in October. Appreciate you guys joining us for tonight's live watch along. If you haven't done so yet, feel free to hit the like button, support the channel. All about promoting Australian football here, creating a platform for us, the fans, to talk about Australian football. We love doing these live watch-alongs. We were live for a few of the Matildas games earlier in the month. Those Matildas friendlies, those 4 friendlies in a row that the Matildas had with new head coach Joe Montemuro. Here come Victory. Great chance for them here. Oh, what a miss. Santos. Tell you what, the pressure probably just put him off there. Great rushing from the Olympic Kingsway defenders. Because Santos was in behind there and just completely got that shot all wrong, man. Did not get the contact right. But I think that's credit to how quickly he was closed down by the Olympic Kingsway defenders there, man. Fantastic. Fantastic closing down. So we well and truly have a game on our hands here. Like at this stage, so we are now 36 minutes into this game here, Olympic Kingsway, Melbourne Victory. Like at this stage, like Auckland FC were already cruising to victory. MacArthur FC were already up a couple goals. But this is already a different story, man. We picked out this game as the one that this just felt like the result to me. The result may well be an interesting one. Olympic Kingsway here with an opportunity to do something special, and it would be special if they were to knock out Melbourne Victory here. Melbourne Victory semi-finalists last year in the Australia Cup. They were knocked out by Adelaide United in the semi-final in the end. Long-range free kick here for Olympic Kingsway. Oxborough to whip it in. But the set pieces are always so crucial for the NPL teams when you're playing an A-League opposition. Oxborough's delivery is decent, headed away though. Victory look like they just get it clear. Coming back again though. Nice play. This dude, Olympic Kingsway, man. They're up for this game. They're looking dangerous, dude. Another ball whipped in for the home team. Can't quite get the right contact on it, but I love what we're seeing from Olympic Kingsway already, dude. They're looking dangerous already. And it's great that they've got these games free to watch as well. This Olympic Kingsway Melbourne Victory game free to watch on YouTube on 10 Play, I'm pretty sure as well. They have obviously changed up the broadcast system a little bit, having a feature game, a key game exclusive on Paramount Plus, but all the other games on YouTube, which is awesome. Santos Victory Dangerous position, Machash. Oh, dude. Again, like, they're, get, they're getting into great positions in Victory, but unable to take the opportunities. Like, Zinedine Machash, you'd back him in that position. He loves being on that, just the edge of the box there, finding that little pocket of space. He's so good at doing that. But, again, like, the contact just wasn't that great there. That would just seemed like it came off the outside of his boot, if anything. Hunter highlights that Olympic Kingsway are fighting for the NPLWA title 2. Only a win behind Bayswater City, and thus could feature in the championship in October. There you go. Yes, yes. Indeed. We saw, was it Metro Stars were confirmed for the Australian Championship just recently on the weekend after they picked up a win on the weekend. So yeah, as you say, that I mean that's the other thing. Those in the NPL competitions across the country, you know, these teams are competing for a spot in the Australian Championship, which is obviously massive. It's massive. Five minutes remaining in regulation time. Melbourne Victory 1, Olympic Kingsway 1. The other 3 results have wrapped up full time in those other 3 games. Auckland FC 4, Gold Coast Knights 0, Sydney FC 1, West United 0, and Macarthur FC 5, SD Raiders 0. Big win there for Macarthur. As well for Auckland FC. And just a narrow win for Sydney FC. Second half goal from young striker Matthias McAllister, defeating Western United. So it's worth highlighting. We've already got all 3 Sydney teams through to the next round. Sydney FC, Macarthur FC, Western Sydney Wanderers. Leaves the door open for a Sydney derby in the Cup this year. And it's interesting looking at, I mean, hopefully we'd love to get some derby matches, you know, in the same city for NPL teams and A-League teams. So you look at, even just for Sydney, for example, you've got Sydney United who are through to the round of 16 after defeating Northern Tigers last week. And we've got Apia Leichhardt who are taking on Melbourne City tomorrow. We'll see what happens in that game. SD Raiders obviously knocked out tonight by Macarthur. So there is potentially 2 teams who could go into the round of 16 from NPL New South Wales. Sydney United 58 are already through. Will Apia Leichhardt join them tomorrow? Hunter says, I'm personally hoping for Cooks Hill Newcastle game if we can get past Adelaide. Dude, that would be great too. Like, again, just give us the derbies, dude. Wouldn't that be great? Like, imagine that. Like, that'd be Cooks Hill United would be so pumped for that game, man. The chance to bring down their, you know, local A-League team, Newcastle Jets. Like, it'd be great to see. It'd be great to see. So there is the opportunity, and even you look at the Victorian sides. Heidelberg United are through. Who else are through? South Melbourne are through. Nunawading, obviously, Nunawading City are through after defeating Darwin Olympic last week. Avondale are through. So you've got 4 Victorian teams who are through. So, I mean, that'd be great to see if one of those teams could take on, like, you know, well, Western United are out, but we'll see what happens with Melbourne Victory, Melbourne City. I haven't got any A-League teams from Melbourne guaranteed in the next stage just yet. Corner for Victory. They've been in control for the last few minutes now. Looking to find this second goal. Looking to regain this lead. Near post corner headed away for a goal kick. So, Olympic Kingsway will be all right with how things are going so far. 1-1, levelling things from the penalty spot. Will we get another dramatic game here in this one? Of course, we had a dramatic game at this same stadium on the weekend. This is the same ground where Perth Glory drew 1-1 with Wellington Phoenix after a roller coaster of a game. Stoppages due to the weather. Game going to a penalty shootout. 8-7 to Phoenix in the end in the shootout. Victory. Again, nice little passages of play here. Great chance. The shot in the end saved. But that was, again, a nice little passage of play. I like that from Victory. Quick passing move. And again, they're in a good spot here. Santos. Just so many plays in the way. I mean, Olympic Kingsway are just getting so many green shirts behind the ball, making it difficult for Victory to progress. On the stream on YouTube, I'm watching on YouTube this game. Apparently 8.9 thousand people watching this game live. There you go. And I'm sure more on 10 play as well. Great to have these games available to watch free in Australia, at least. I assume that the streams are available around the world as well. I don't see why they wouldn't be. 1 minute of time added on in the Olympic Kingsway Victory game. 1-1 between these two teams. Will we get our cup set that we've been chasing? Will we finally get the cup set? Oh, Victory are in! Has that gone in? It has. Victory do find that second goal. It was coming. Breaking in behind. Was it Zinedine Machash? The high fives are going around. Coolly finished off. Was it Jelicic in the end, perhaps? I think it was Keegan Jelicic scoring his first goal for Melbourne Victory. What a time to score too, though. Excuse me, I've got the scoreline wrong here on our stream. It's Victory who have scored 2-1. Excuse that error. Jelicic right before the halftime whistle. 2-1. That's a big moment, man. That's a big moment. Kingsway will be kicking themselves about that one. They would have loved to have gotten to the halftime break there with the scores level. But they are trailing, and that is halftime. All right. I'm going to be back in just a moment. We've got the second half coming up between Olympic Kingsway and Melbourne Victory. Here we go. Time for a drink break. Half-time between Olympic Kingsway and Melbourne Victory. A goal right at the end there of the first half of Melbourne Victory. Geordie Valadon, fantastic strike earlier on to open the scoring. Penalty. Goal for Olympic Kingsway. Mitch Oxborough with the equaliser. And then right at the end there, Keegan Yelich. Dude, I was hoping, like, from a neutral point of view, I was hoping for that one-all score line at halftime. Would have made things really interesting. But that advantage there for Victory heading in at halftime is huge for them. That is huge. But I tell you what, Olympic Kingsway have shown in that half of football, I think, that they are capable of really testing Melbourne Victory. Owen says, I hope Victory lose. All right. Entertaining. Cheers. Off to bed. Not all Kiwis are nocturnal. No worries, Peter. Thanks for tuning in, mate. Appreciate it. Hunter says Sydney United 58 versus Macarthur FC would be a fun game too. The Bulls FC Academy share a venue with Sydney United too. There you go. And of course, Hunter, that would be a rematch of the Australia Cup final from a few years ago too. Those two teams did meet in the 2022 Australia Cup final. They're showing the stats on the broadcast for the Kingsway Victory game. 15 shots for Victory, just 5 for Olympic Kingsway. Victory with 62% possession. It's a common theme, of course, that we are seeing when the A-League teams are involved. They have more possession, they have more shots, which is to be expected, of course. Some top talent in these teams. But it is intriguing that the scoreline sits as it is now at 2-1. You just look at the contrast from the other games. You know, just tonight, 4-0 to Auckland FC over Gold Coast Knights. Macarthur 5-0 over SD Raiders. The A-League teams have been quite dominant against NPL opposition so far in the few games we have seen in the Cup this year. But Olympic Kingsway have an opportunity here to achieve the Cup set. And of course, we've got one more opportunity tomorrow night. Apia Leichhardt taking on Melbourne City. Could get a cup set in that game too. But those are our only couple opportunities in this round of the cup so far. Dude, I've been really enjoying the cup this year. I don't know about you guys, but even from the draw that we got for this round of 32, there was some really intriguing matchups, and we've seen some great matches already so far. There's already been some great stories, and I'm sure there will be some more great ones tomorrow. The round of 16 is going to be great because you look at the teams who are in the mix, and there's going to be some really cool matchups. There's going to be some really, really cool matchups. And like I was saying a moment ago, like hopefully we do get some like derby matchups. That'd be fun. That'd be fun. But again, I mean, we could probably even, as we were saying a bit earlier tonight here on the stream, like we could probably consider Cooks Hill United defeating Adelaide Croatia Raiders a cup set. It's a bit of a cup set there, especially with Adelaide Croatia Raiders being the home team there. I think my tip was that they were going to get the win, but Cooks Hill United, man, they were good in that game. They were impressive. Looking back at some of those goals, they did really well. 3-2 win in that game for the team from Newcastle. So I'm curious to see who they line up against in the next round. But it's big too because we don't often see teams from Northern New South Wales competition go through deep into the cup. So I think that's why it's cool to see a state league team from the Newcastle area to get through to the next stage. Yeah, really, really, really keen to see how they go. I mean, it'd be great to see even Canberra, Croatia. Like again, we don't often see teams from like Tasmania or ACT or Northern Territory go that far into the cup. So Canberra, Croatia, it'd be cool to see them win tomorrow night and maybe have a strong run of the cup as well. It's often the teams from Brisbane, from Victoria, from New South Wales, that the NPL sides. I mean, that have the strong runs in the cup, especially Victoria. There's often like a strong team from Victoria who go to the quarterfinals or even the semis. Like, it was great last year. The cup was really fun as well. We had South Melbourne in the semi-finals. And the other team who we had, who's escaping my brain right now. No, there wasn't another NPL team in the semis. It was just South Melbourne, wasn't it? I'm thinking of this season before. I remember Melbourne Knights. I think it was Melbourne Knights took on Brisbane Roar in the semi-finals. We saw that one as well. Yeah, so there's often a team from, generally it's Victoria, who really pushes. I mean, there's a lot of debate in regards to, like, you know, which state has the best NBL teams, right? Hey. Only yet it says Victory need more signings. Sorry, I missed that comment a moment ago. Victory need more signings. They do. There's no doubt about that. I mean, they've brought in a couple guys. Obviously, Dorigo and Jelicic, new signings starting tonight. Competitive debut. You got Franco Lino, who's back at the club on loan, I believe. So that provides another option for left back. But yeah, you feel like they probably need another striker just to support Virgos. Obviously, you've got Jing Reese there, but yeah, I feel like maybe they need to bring someone else in. And other than that, I mean, looking at Victory's, like just thinking of Victory's lineup now, like maybe another midfielder. You know, losing Ryan Teague, that's such a big loss. And I know they brought in Louis Dorigo, but Fabian Monge, they lost him as well. So it feels like maybe they might need to bring in just one more midfielder as well. Victory. You know, whether they look at the right back position as well, hey. So, yeah. Yeah. There's probably a couple areas Victory could look at. There's no doubt they still have quality. Like, you look at the lineup that they're fielding tonight, and there are good players in that team. You know, Machash, Valadon's top player. Virgos is a good striker. I do like Nikos Virgos. So you've got a team there that has the ingredients, like that has the potential. I'm concerned about how they go this year, considering those losses that they did have, though, the play losses, like, and key players who were so important for them last campaign who have now left. So, you know, that's the likes of Casey Boss, who was so consistent for them at left back last season. Ryan Teague, who, you know, a Socceroos midfielder who they've lost. Daniel Arzani, that's the other one. Daniel Arzani, who's off to a club in Hungary. So, you know, those are three key players who they've lost for this campaign. You know, and you look at that left back position, they've brought in Lino to replace Boss. You know, going for another younger option there. They've re-signed Traore, which is interesting. I wonder if Traore is going to sort of regain that starting left back position there. For midfield, you bring in Dorigo for Teague. Again, Dorigo's like a good option. I think it's a good player to be bringing in that position because he's still, you know, quite young. But it's always tricky to replace Ryan Teague considering how good he was. And for Daniel Arzani, they've basically replaced him with Keegan Jelicic. And again, Keegan Jelicic, I think he's a player who has like a lot of promise. Like, he's shown glimpses over his A-League career. And I think he's yet to hit his potential, Keegan Jelicic. I think he had a poor year at Brisbane last year, as did many players at Brisbane Roar last year. But sometimes we see it where players will go to Victory from another A-League club, and that will help them sort of take their game to the next level. I think that's what we saw from Arzani last season. I think especially the second half of last season, Arzani was very good. And like, he was at MacArthur previously, and obviously as a youngster, he was at Melbourne City. But when he went to Victory, that's when he really stepped up. And obviously, you know, he got recalled to the Socceroos and now is, you know, back over at Europe. And hopefully he does really well over there this year. Yeah, so yeah, there's a lot to be said about this Victory squad and the quality that they do produce. But obviously, the tricky thing in the A-League, the balance that these clubs have to find in the A-League is like balancing, right? Finding that balance. You know, when you lose players, and can you replace them? Can you bring through develop young talent to replace those players? I missed this comment a moment ago. Just refreshing the chat now. It feels like the cup is being taken more seriously by every team in this year. Maybe that could be because of the ACL2 results by Sydney and Mariners. Yes, like, that's the thing. You look at what Mariners and Sydney have done there, as you rightly highlight there, Hunter. I mean, they were so impressive in the last couple of years. Mariners obviously winning the AFC Cup, now Asian Champions League 2, a couple of years ago, and Sydney FC last season getting through to the semi-finals. They'll be disappointed that they didn't get through to the final, but made it through to the semi-finals. So you look at that Asian Champions League 2 competition, it's a competition like the Champions League Elite. Obviously, you're playing against some like incredible opposition and some phenomenal players. So that one's always going to be tough for A-League teams. You look at how Mariners went in the Asian Champions League Elite and just struggled so much, dude. But to be fair, Mariners had such a young squad last season, so it was always going to be tough. Which again makes me curious to see how Melbourne City are going to go in the Asian Champions League Elite this year. Hopefully they, have a really competitive run. Pardon me. What were we saying though? The Asian Champions League 2. Of course, the winner of the Australia Cup goes through to the Asian Champions League 2. So yeah, that's it's a big prize on offer here. Winners of the Australia Cup get to play in the Asian Champions League 2. It's a big prize on offer. And we've got of course MacArthur SC who are playing in that competition this time around. G'day, Jaden. Says Bulls winning the league. Well, I'll tell you, dude, with the performance they put in tonight, with the scoreline that they managed, 5-0 against SD Raiders, promising signs. Promising signs. Anthony Casera scoring his first goal for MacArthur. Harry Sawyer as well leading the line. Like we were saying it earlier, I think Bulls have the ingredients to have a strong season. I do think so. They get it clicking early, and if they can stay consistent, that's the thing for the Bulls, because that's the thing that's really affected Bulls over the years is their inconsistency. All right, folks, the second half is underway between Olympic Kingsway and Melbourne Victory. Big live stream tonight. We're into the second half of this one. Melbourne Victory 2. Olympic Kingsway 1. Jordy Valadon opening the scoring before Olympic Kingsway equalised from the penalty spot. Mitch Oxborough scoring for Olympic Kingsway. And that made things pretty interesting. I was like, oh, are we going to get our cup set? Is this going to be an interesting game from here on out? But Victory regaining the lead early on late on in that first half, I should say. Courtesy of Keegan Jelicic. So, that has certainly affected things, and I'm sure it's given Olympic Kingsway a different approach to the second half now. They they really have to go for things now. While, I mean, that's always a tricky thing. You're trailing against an A-League team. You want to get back into the match, obviously, but you cannot leave yourselves exposed to the back, because against an A-League opposition, they will punish you. So they can't afford to commit heaps of numbers forward. They've got to stay strong at the back of Olympic Kingsway. Maybe the plan for them is just to keep the scores as they are for the first 20 minutes, maybe this half, and then try and work your way into this game. So here comes Olympic Kingsway on the counter-attack down the right. They're in a decent position. Victory have the players back. Headed away by Jackson. Flag is up. So, Olympic Kingsway, what can they offer? Will we get our first cup set for the Australia Cup for 2025? Is this the match where it finally happens? Appreciate it, guys, joining us for tonight's live watch-along. 3 games have wrapped up already. Plenty of A-League teams in action tonight. 5 in total. Sydney FC defeating Western United 1-0 earlier tonight in the All A-League matchup. 4-0 to Auckland FC over Gold Coast Knights. They looked impressive tonight. Auckland, we were focusing on that game. And an impressive result there for Macarthur FC. 5-0 over SD Raiders. Too strong. The Bulls. Victory in behind again, are they? Almost. They're so dangerous when they get forward. Victory. If they can get away on that counter-attack, they're hard to stop. The scary thing as well for Olympic Kingsway is the fact that Victory have dangerous players on the bench. You look at Ren Episcopo there, Jing Reese as well. Nishan Valupale not in the mix for this game. Which is a big loss for Victory, for this match at least. Kingsway, long-range efforts. Jack Duncan's there to save it though. As Owen says here, Bulls are not winning the league. Hey, we'll see. We'll see. We shall see, eh? Macarthur FC, could this be their year in the A-League? Great to see the Macarthur fans jumping in the live chat tonight. Appreciate you guys joining us for this live watch along. We are keeping an eye on this final game. Olympic Kingsway 1, Melbourne Victory 2 into the second half. 4 more games tomorrow. Happy Leichhardt, Melbourne City. Canberra, Croatia taking on Metro Stars. We've got Newcastle Jets, Adelaide United. And Brisbane City, Olympic FC for a Brisbane derby. That Jets Adelaide game tomorrow will be interesting. You got a lot of interesting talking points heading into that game. You got 2 teams who have new head coaches. Mark Milligan, who was an assistant at Adelaide United. He's now at Newcastle Jets as head coach. So that's quite the coincidence that he's taken on his former side in Adelaide United there. And a bunch of new signings who I think we're keen to see for both teams. Newcastle Jets have made some curious signings. Oh, what a chance! Olympic Kingsway. How have they not scored? What an opportunity, dude. From right in front. They've hit the crossbar. Great play down the right. Found the space. Oh, what an opportunity there for the home team. Should have been a goal. And dude, against A-League teams, you just have to take your chances. We know that. And that is unbelievable. Are they going to be ruining that miss? Huge chance there for Olympic Kingsway. What an opportunity. Should have been 2-2. Should have been 2-2 for sure. Hunter says, I didn't realise it until the game aired, but Wellington and Perth were the 2 teams that won the playoff games to get into the cup. Yes. Yeah, indeed, yeah. Yeah, which is quite a coincidence that those 2 teams met each other in the round of 32 as well. Perth defeating Mariners in the playoffs, and Wellington defeated Brisbane in the playoffs. As Tim Bob says here as well, I guess the Australian Championship will help decide which state has the best NPL. We could look at it that way, yeah. Could look at it that way. Yeah, how do you guys feel about the Australian Championship this year? It's obviously its first year in existence. There's been a lot of talk, online about, how it's going to pan out and, the actual system, the format, I should say, that we are seeing deployed for the Australian Championship. And it's sort of a, almost like a World Cup format, I guess, with the group stage and your knockout games. But hey, I think it should be fun. I'm really excited to see how it goes. It's kicking off in October. It kicks off a week before the A-League, Australian Championship. So that's going to be interesting, the fact that it's sort of, almost juggling, you're trying to juggle with the A-League, in terms of, the times of the games. We might have Championship games and A-League games clashing. But, hopefully they can sort of work it out the APL and Football Australia to not have their schedules clash too much. Where, because I'm sure fans are going to want to be watching both competitions, A-League and Australian Championship. Already been thinking a lot about what content we're going to do here on the channel in regards to the Australian Championship. Obviously, the A-League is priority, is the focus. That's the first division, but it's exciting having a new competition in the Australian Championship. And if you guys, have any suggestions or ideas, or even just, if you would want to see content following the Australian Championship here on the channel, let us know. And, in regards to the A-League, we always like doing our, predictions videos, our preview videos before the round, and talking about the games as they happen. But, the Australian Championship, another competition there to juggle. Obviously, only goes for a couple of months. It kicks off in October, and the final itself is just a couple months later in December. Hey. Which will be cool. I think that'll be pretty cool. The Australia Cup final itself will be a big occasion, and taking place in, I think it was like the first week of December, right? In fun way to kick off summer. Hey. So that'll be cool, having like a final game in summer, because we don't often see that. Obviously, with the A-League Grand Finals taking place in not winter, in the end of autumn. Owen says, I just remembered that the Bulls are in the ACL too. That's right. Yeah, man. Yeah, which will kick off before the A-League season. Those games, the Champions League games, take place in September. The first games. So, yeah, it'll get underway a month before the A-League season even starts. Here's a chance of victory. Just breaks down, though. We're looking dangerous getting forward, though. Hunter, in regards to the Australian Championship, says it should be fun, but it needs to be a full home and away season soon. I think that if the Canberra team doesn't have any news by November, the winner should just be given the license. Perhaps, yeah. Perhaps. I mean, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Yeah, we'll see. Of course, there's been a lot of talk. Well, not a lot of talk, actually, to be fair. Like little bits of talk here and there over the last couple of years in regards to Canberra and, A-League expansion into that Canberra area. And I think we all want it. We all want to see it. We've got the A-League women's team in Canberra. And there's Victory in behind. Great chance here. Virgos around the keeper. Forced wide. Bit tricky. Defenders arriving. Why doesn't he pass it back? He's got support. Olympic Kingsway are able to clear. Dude, that was a good chance for Victory. Nikos Virgos just went a little bit too wide around the goalkeeper there. Will you live watch along some of those MacArthur games? Yeah, we'll definitely try to do some of those games. Yeah, we'll and for Melbourne City as well in the AFC Champions League Elite. Like those will be big games as well. So for sure, Owen. Yeah, we'll definitely do some live streams for those games. I think we did. I remember we did a few live streams I remember a couple of years ago when MacArthur were in that competition. I remember we did a few live watch-alongs for those games as well. Some of those games kicking off a little bit later as well. Obviously, when MacArthur are playing away over across Asia. Got a yellow card here. That may well be the first one of the game. Adama Traore's booked for a foul at left back. Just running a tightrope now for the rest of the game. Don't want to commit any unnecessary fouls. That yellow card was probably the right decision, just sticking out the leg there. So, it's still 2-1. We are slowly approaching the hour mark here. Olympic Kingsway trailing just by the 1 goal. They had that incredible opportunity not that long ago, hitting the crossbar from right in front. Tim Bob says, definitely want to see Australian Championship content. Cheers, Tim Bob. Yeah, it's definitely something that I think would be cool to do. Yeah. Tim Bob also says, already planning on trips to Sydney to go to the games with my mates and then come to Canberra as well. Love it. Love it, Tim Bob. Yeah, I'm really curious to see like what the turnouts are going to be like for the games. Like, hopefully, yeah, hopefully it's big numbers. We obviously want to see big numbers. And how much traveling fans there'll be as well for these teams. It's a new format. It's a new competition. Yeah, I think we're all just curious to see how it pans out. But that's great to hear, Tim Bob. I think it's going to be a fun competition first up. But as we're saying, Hunter was saying earlier, yeah, we'd love to see a full home and away season, make it a full competition. Chance for victory again, looking dangerous on the counter attack. Switch of play towards Vergos doesn't find him. Olympic Kingsway looking to go the other way. Still a few months away from the Australian Championship and the A-League men's season kicking off. It's great to have those start dates locked in. Hopefully we get the A-League draw soon. It generally comes out. Well, I was actually, the other day, I actually looked back. I researched when the A-League's draw does come out, and it's generally either late July or early August. I think that's what we generally see. And what's today's date? The 29th of July. So if we're judging off what we've seen recently, we could have an A-League draw in the next, who knows, couple weeks, maybe. We don't know. They obviously have to juggle a number of things. There's a number of factors that are playing into the A-League's draw. It's a big undertaking. But it's great to get the draw out as early as possible. It's a great way to get fans keen for the upcoming season, start planning trips, planning things. So, yeah. So what's happening here? There's a bit going on in this game. Andrew Durante, assistant coach, is having a conversation. There's a lot going on. Arthur Dillis is having a conversation with the referee as well. So not only Arthur Dillis, the head coach, but Andrew Durante, who's a newly appointed assistant coach at Melbourne Victory, and Roderick Miranda, the captain as well, look really upset. Quite passionately speaking to the referee. The yellow card was out. I'm not sure what the Victory players and staff are upset about there. But there was a little moment there, wasn't there? Owen Highlights here in the chat says, I remember your watch along between Mariners and MacArthur, that 3-2, 121st minute winner, where I believe Barcelos got the winner. Yes. Yeah, it was quite a bizarre one, obviously, seeing the two A-League teams play off in the AFC Cup. But, yeah, what a game that was. Sketchy Film says, I'm going to Canberra. I'm going to the Canberra game. Should be good. W for the All Whites. for the Socceroos All Whites game. I assume you're talking about that, Sketchy. Love it. Hunter says, surely it's got to be soon. The A-League's draw. I assume you're talking about. Says maybe they'll let the cup draw settle everyone tomorrow and announce it on the weekend. For memory, I think the last year was on a Friday. I could be wrong, but I think last year was on a Friday. So who knows? It could be this Friday. Here's a big moment here, folks. Olympic Kingsway have just brought on Liam Boland, the all-time leading goal scorer when it comes to the final rounds of the Australia Cup. 13 goals he has scored in finals rounds. So this is big, dude. This is big. He's coming off the bench with half an hour to play. Liam Boland. Keep an eye on him. That is a really handy substitute to bring on. A proven goal scorer at this level in competition. Here comes Vergos. Oh, clean win of the ball. Vergos doesn't agree. It looks clean. It looks like a clean challenge, to be fair. Still plenty of time, man. Still plenty of time. It's great to have. Like, it's a completely different vibe. You know, we're watching that Gold Coast Knights Auckland FC game earlier tonight, and you know, you got the scoreline there. It's so one-sided. Auckland had that 3-goal lead at halftime and made it 4 in the second half. And it was just, you know, always going to be there, you know, with that scoreline at halftime. It was always going to be so tricky in the second half for Gold Coast Knights. But, ooh, flashed across the face of goal by Olympic Kingsway. But it's a different vibe now, isn't it? Like, it's a little bit nervy for Melbourne Victory. They've just got this 1-goal lead. Liam Boland not too far away from that one. The substitute, the danger man for Olympic Kingsway. The green machine, as the banners say, the size of the stadiums. A healthy crowd in attendance for this one as well. Great to see. That was a good crowd in attendance for the Glory Phoenix game as well on Sunday, Arvo. Owen says, "Come on, Olympic, need a goal." They've had a couple sights on goal in the second half, but again, like we said before, they got to take these opportunities. They hit the crossbar earlier with it should have been a goal for sure. What a chance it was. So they can't afford to waste any more chances because Victory could so easily, so quickly just go the other way and score, man. And then make it 3-1, and it's going to be so difficult from there for Olympic Kingsway. So, I think the next 10 minutes are really crucial here. Victory score, that could be it. But Olympic Kingsway, man, if they grab an equaliser, anything can happen from there. We'd love to see a cup set. We'd love to see a cup set, man. We haven't got anywhere near a cup set tonight. Tim Bob asks, do you reckon it's possible that the A-League draw could be held up with the unknown around the Allianz Stadium closure? Yeah, that's probably a factor. Yeah, that's probably a big one, actually. And we don't know what's going to happen in regards to Allianz Stadium and how much Sydney FC are going to be able to play there this season. It obviously sucks. It really does suck, especially considering that it's a newly renovated stadium. And you'd think, these issues wouldn't be popping up. But what have they said? It's like drainage, some sort of drainage issue with the pitch. I mean, you'd think with a brand new stadium, it was really frustrating for Sydney FC for them having to play away from Allianz Stadium, playing a lot of those games at Jubilee Stadium, Kogarah. Leichhardt Oval as well for a few games, I remember. It was great for them to finally be back at Allianz Stadium, Sydney Football Stadium there, Moore Park. And if they're going to have to, I remember, wasn't there even talk that they might have to spend the whole season away, which is just seems crazy. That would just be terrible, dude. It would be really, 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 really poor for Sydney FC. It'd be disappointing for them. I'm not even a Sky Blues fan, but it'd be disappointing to see. We obviously want to see our teams playing at in their own home stadium, at their best stadiums they have available. It reminds me of the Western United situation. They're still playing out of that Ironbark Fields there, Tarneets, which is essentially their training ground. But we want to see that full stadium built, and we want to see it coming together. The plan was that would have been built by now, right? Like initially. Obviously, things affected that, the pandemic and all that, but we've got to make sure these things, stay on track. Hopefully, we do see that stadium for Western United within the next few years. Olympic Kingsway 1, Melbourne Victory 2, 68th minute. Kingsway with a couple sights on goal. Victory with a couple chances as well. But overall, it's been a pretty tight tussle so far in the second half, eh? Owen chiming in saying, is the problem with Allianz Stadium the amount of water that sits on top of the oval? The amount of water that sits on top of the oval. Oh, I assume you're just referring to the drainage there, Owen, of course. Excuse me, sorry. Yeah, I think that's been said, hey. Tim Bob says originally they said it would be 6 weeks, but I have little faith in New South Wales government. As a Sydney fan, it's pretty frustrating, especially with the crowd starting to come back last season, says Tim Bob. Yeah, as you say, it's frustrating. It's just frustrating, hey. 6 weeks, hopefully it is just, if it is anything, it's just the first few weeks. Oh, here's a chance. Great challenge, Traore, who was on a yellow. They were almost in behind Kingsway. Traore had to slide in the box there. He's on a yellow. Could have given away a penalty. Could have been sent off. Yeah. And as Tim Bob says here as well, yeah, supposedly a drainage issue. Yeah, hopefully it is just 6 weeks. Hopefully, if they do have to miss out on chunk of the A-League season, it's just a little bit. It's just the first few weeks. I mean, it might be a situation, right? It might be a situation where Sydney FC just have away games for the first couple of months. That obviously screws up the draw a little bit for everyone, but that might be what we'll see. And there's something with Brisbane as well, right? Aren't Brisbane playing away from Suncorp for some time? Remember, Brisbane announced they're going back to Redcliffe for some games. I can't remember how long that was, but they did announce that. Isn't it December or something? Over summertime, they're playing away from Suncorp. I can't remember exactly, so you guys can go check that out if you want. It's pretty sure it's on their website. Here's a chance. Oh, they've done it! Olympic Kingsway find the back of the net. Beautifully done. The ball fell for them in the box. And it's put home brilliantly. It's 2-2. And the cup set is still on the cards. Great goal. Great finish from the set piece. Victory unable to deal with it. Oh, dude, they needed to close that down better. It reminds me of that goal that Auckland scored earlier tonight where the Gold Coast Knights defenders didn't close down quickly enough. And Victory there, just far too slow. And it's Hobson scoring in the 70th minute. It's 2-2, all square, Tim Bob. Well, Victory have just made a change. Josh Rawlins is on. And it looks like, yeah, it's Traore who's off. And you got to say that's the yellow card is a factor there. Adama Traore was booked earlier in the half. And Rawlins is on now to play at left back. Wow. Wow, Olympic Kingsway, says Cameron. That's right. Come on, Olympic Kingsway, says Hunter. Jing Reese has also come on for Victory. Valadon with a shot. Victory all of a sudden sprung into action, looking to commit more numbers forward now that they're back square. But wow, twice Victory have had the lead, and twice Olympic Kingsway have come back to equalise. It is 2-2. Unbelievable. This is the game that we highlighted as well, heading into this. It's this could be the one that throws up a curveball result, and it's proving true. It's proving to be correct. Still a lot of time remaining in this game. Jing Reese also came on. Trying to keep an eye on who was the player that departed. But they've got another attacker on here, Victory, don't they? Corner comes in for Victory. Dealt with by Kingsway. Ooh, they're looking to go on the counter again here. Olympic Kingsway. Playing in front of their home fans at their home ground. At home ground advantage. Foul. On the halfway line. So, I mean, this would be a disaster for Arthur Dillis' side if they were to crash out at this stage of the Cup. But it's a serious chance of happening now. And as Owen says here, what happened? I was getting something to eat. There you go. I mean, it did sort of come out of the blue, I guess. Hey, there was another corner. And Olympic Kingsway were there to to finish it off. But Victory will be so disappointed that they just simply didn't deal with that at all. Sketchy says we want Victory to win, so both New Zealand teams can get their revenge on both semi-finals losses in the A-League if they got to play Victory in the Cup. I see what you're saying there, Sketchy. Yes, Victory did knock out both Wellington and Auckland in the semi-finals over the last couple of years in the A-League. So, yeah, New Zealand do not like Melbourne Victory. That's for sure. That was an incredible final series last year, man. I remember watching that game, Auckland FC hosting Victory in that second leg semi-final. Huge crowd at Go-Medi Stadium and Auckland winning that game. Incredible. 2-0, wasn't it? Was it 2-0? That's right. Hey, yeah. That was a phenomenal match, man. That was a huge effort from Victory in that game. So Kingsway on the attack again. Cross is dealt with. And looks like they're able to get it free. Of course, as well, we shouldn't forget, this game could well go to extra time if a winner cannot be found after 90 minutes. Thanks for that, Hunter. Reese and Rawlins on, Traore and Rodriguez off. Yes. Santos. Ooh, that's gonna be a foul, right? Is that was it a corner? A bit of a tangle up there between Hobson and Insera. And I tell you what, dude, like Kingsway are racking up these corners, these set pieces. And they scored from a corner just a few moments ago, so Victory have to be switched on here. Another set piece. A bunch of home fans there behind this goal that Victory are attacking. The camera has cut to the sidelines where Ren Episcopo is getting ready to come on. Corner comes in. Header goes up, and it's over the bar. But again, another glimpse, a goal for Olympic Kingsway. Another sub here. Zenit Machash is going to be coming from the field of play. Ren Episcopo coming on. That does ring a bell, Owen, yes. I don't know if you remembered early in the stream, I predicted Victory to win 4-3 on penalties. Well, Owen, your prediction might be on the mark. So we'll see. We'll see. This game could go all the way. Could be a late one for us here on the east coast of Australia. So Piscopo on for Machash, another change for Victory. Arthur Diller's pretty keen to rotate things around. Maybe not totally pleased with what he's seeing, I would imagine, after seeing the scoreline 2-2. Well, that's a poor giveaway at the back there by Jackson. And Olympic Kingsway driving forward. Jackson's there to clean it up, though. Ren Episcopo. Could be a big season coming up for Piscopo. He was good last year. He was sort of in and out of the team at times, though. Struggled with injury at times last season. But especially with the departure of someone like Daniel Arzani, they might rely a bit more on Ren Episcopo to be that creative wide player this season. Although, it looks like Piscopo, is he playing through the middle at the moment? Perhaps he is. Oh, a bit of drama here. Kingsway player's not happy. Aaron Williams comes running in for Kingsway. Some of the players not happy with the foul. The referee, well, he hasn't brandished the card yet. But there's some conversations going on. I think it might just be yellow. Oh, it's red! Oh! Josh Rawlins has been sent off! Victory are down to 10 men. Whoa. This game has been flipped on its head. Oh, look at the Victory. The players can't believe it. Roderick Moran is shaking his head. And he's just been subbed on too. Josh Rawlins has just come onto the field and he's off. Oh my goodness. Here's a replay. They're showing us. Oh, I don't know, man. I don't know, man. What do you guys make of that? The studs were up, but it wasn't really that high, right? Like it's on his foot. I don't know, man. Like is that a red? It was just on his foot. I mean, here's the thing. Here's the beauty of the Australia Cup. No VAR. No VAR. So that's that. But I tell you what, if VAR was around in this game, they may well ask the referee to have another look at that. I don't know about that. I'd like to see another angle, that's for sure. But it looked like it was just straight on his foot, and usually that's not worthy of a red. Probably a yellow, like it's dangerous, obviously. But it didn't from the camera angle they showed. It didn't look like I was high up on his leg. Oh, wow. As Hunter says here, Roland comes in, and within 10 minutes, he's forced off. It's shocking, dude. Wow. Dude, and as I say, dude, this flips the game completely on his head. Victory are going to be pinned back now. Olympic Kingsway have an incredible opportunity here. There's still over 10 minutes to go in regulation time. I mean, Victory, and we may well be going to extra time. Victory may well have to play another, 40 minutes with just 10 players. This early on in pre-season, this is the biggest opportunity we've had so far in this round of 32 for a cup set. Wow, dude. Tim Bob says, when the studs are up, it's a dangerous game to play in this day and age. That is true. That is true. Owen says, I say yellow and 10 in the bin. Hunter says, I think that should have been a yellow, but I can see where the ref was coming from. Yeah, like, that's the thing. Like, referees always have a tough job. But you see it, just a split second as it happens. And the referee seeing those studs up on the foot. And it definitely was from what it seemed. The studs were up and made contacts with the opposition player. It was dangerous, man. It was dangerous when you're going with the studs. So you do run the risk. But again, if in the days of VAR, when we're sort of really, taking a microscope to these things, maybe not worthy of a red. And who knows, it may well cost Victory a path forward in the Australia Cup if Olympic Kingsway can capitalise here with a one-man advantage. Dude, it's crazy too because, like, as I said earlier, when Rawlins was brought on, he came on to replace Traore, who was already booked, right? Traore was already booked. And they bring on Rawlins. And then he gets sent off, so it didn't even matter. So it looks like, and it's thrown Victory's system all out of whack now. Keegan Jelicic is currently playing at left back. Victory's coaching staff got to figure out what to do here. I mean, you can't have Keegan Jelicic at left back. Have they got any other defenders on the bench? That's the thing. We know Brendan Hamill's out with injury. No Franco Lino. I mean, Franco Lino would be the left back option, but he's not involved in this game. So Victory. How do they respond? How do they bounce back? With just 10 players. And it's going to be interesting to see what this does for Olympic Kingsway. Like, how much does this actually alter their game plan? Do they play with a bit more freedom? Do they commit more numbers forward? We'll see. Hunter says, has Dillis had to deal with a red card as a head coach yet? Surely, right? Surely Victory have had a red card when he's been in charge. I can't recall off the top of my head. If anyone can remember, Victory having a player sent off last season, surely, right? Can't remember any right now, but yeah, I'd assume so. Owen asks if Victory lose this game, will Rawlins' suspension be carried over to the next A-League game or the next Cup game? That's a great question, Owen. I don't know for sure. I think it does carry over to the A-League. I think it would. Yeah, I think it would. I could be mistaken though, so don't quote me on that. But I'm sure that rule is written down somewhere. But yeah, that doesn't happen that often where that instance would happen. So yeah, but I've got a feeling it would carry across to the A-League. I know it doesn't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't carry across when it comes to if you're playing an Asian Champions League game. That's like a completely different thing. So like red cards in that competition wouldn't affect the A-League, but yeah, like if Victory get knocked out here, and that's the end for the cup for them. Like Rawlins might be out round 1 in the A-League. Yeah. As Hunter says here, it'd be the next competitive game, I think, so the A-League. Yeah, that's my feeling. That is my feeling. So Victory could well be missing Josh Rawlins for round 1 of the A-League if Victory don't go through. Over 10,000 viewers watching the stream of this game on YouTube. I appreciate you guys joining us for the live watch along as well. This is the final game of the night, the last of the 4 games. And it's proving to be probably the most entertaining game considering how tight the scoreline is. Auckland FC defeated Gold Coast Knights 4-0. Sydney defeat Western United 1-0. Macarthur defeats South SD Raiders 5-0. But this one, all square at 2-2. Oxborough with a free kick here. Good opportunity here for the home team. Kingsway. Delivery's good. The header was not too far away. Another great opportunity for Olympic Kingsway. Great chance. They are really on the front foot now, Olympic Kingsway. Again, it still looks like Keegan Yelich who's having to play as a makeshift left back. It's basically a 4-4-1 formation now for Victory, who have been reduced to just the 10 players. We've been live for over 3 hours tonight for our Australia Cup round of 32 watch along. Appreciate you guys joining us. Hit the like button if you haven't done so already. And we'll have some more live watch-alongs coming up throughout the next few months with the Australia Cup. And we've got the Socceroos in action in September. And, of course, the A-League season in October. But we'll definitely have some live watch-alongs lined up for the round of 16 in a few weeks' time. Live draw for that should be happening tomorrow after tomorrow's games. Another 4 huge games tomorrow in the Australia Cup. Not long to go, dude. 87th minute. Olympic Kingsway. It feels like at any time they could strike. It feels like the momentum is with Olympic Kingsway. Victory just trying to manage things at the moment, just trying to stay calm. Just not trying to give the opposition much going forward. But here comes Jing Reese down the right for Victory. You can see that not able to commit that many numbers forward. It has come out, though, to Piscopo. Piscopo, edge of the box. Oh, what a goal! Reno Piscopo has scored against the run of play. Victory 3-2. Oh, wow. That is a cracking goal. Reno Piscopo off the bench. And Victory, who are just reduced to 10 players, score. And they barely had had 3 players going forward. That's poor defending, dude. That's really, really poor defending. Piscopo just far too much space. And that's That's a fantastic finish, man. Fantastic finish. Reno Piscopo makes it 3-2. Minutes remaining here. I'm sure we're going to have drama in the last few minutes here. G'day 05. How are you, my man? I'm well. Thanks for asking. Do you know if we have a replacement for Kowal yet? No signings yet. No signings at all for the Mariners, but I'm sure we'll see one come in. Hopefully we do. We sign someone, especially for that striker position. You know, Mariners have Ryan Edmondson, Nico Duarte in that role, but yeah, it feels like we need someone else. We need to bring in some quality there, especially considering that we really lacked goals last season. The Mariners, hey. Owen, sorry earlier. I'm just seeing that now. I asked when did Arthur Dillis take charge of Victory, so I can check if he has had a red card. When did he take over? It was like a month or two into the last A-League season, so it might have been like November or December last year. Yeah. That was one of the big stories in the A-League last season. Patrick Isnorbo suddenly leaving Victory after Dillis taking over. So Victory making another change here. Another substitution. 3-2 scoreline. What a roller coaster this has been. Radamissis coming on for Melbourne Victory. Youngster replacing Nikos Vergos for the final moments here. Victory 3. Olympic Kingsway 2. Well, they've already, on the broadcast, they've already got injury time. We haven't clicked over 90 minutes yet, but they've shown us that it's 4 minutes added on, which, to be fair, sounds about right. But wow, Reno Piscopo with a cracking goal to make it 3-2, dude. What a night it's been in the Australia Cup. And we've finished off with a thriller here. It's not done yet, though. 4 minutes to go. Reno Piscopo's the hero at the moment for Victory. He wins the throw. Make sure you're subscribed so you don't miss our watch-alongs for the round of 16 in a few weeks' time. Owen says Arthur Dillis had a red card in his first game in charge of Victory. That's Sydney FC. Against Sydney FC, 3-0 loss. I recall that. Was that Zinedine Machash, right? Away to Sydney. That does ring a bell now. That's right. We need a centre-back too now that Caltac is gone. Mariners certainly do need another centre-back as well. Yeah. Caltac, departing. That's, obviously a huge loss for the Mariners. Still got Trent Sainsbury, Harrington, Nathan Ball there, but yeah, we definitely need more cover in that area. Hunter says, I was just thinking that I really rate Piscopo, and then he basically gives Victory the win. Yeah, and it's funny, we were saying it a moment ago too, right, about Reno Piscopo and how with the departure of Daniel Arzani, Victory may rely on someone like Reno Piscopo a little bit more this season to provide that creative spark that Arzani was so good at providing last season. So, yeah, it's a big campaign coming up for Reno Piscopo. It is. It's a big campaign for him. Two minutes remaining, Olympic Kingsway. It's been an incredible effort from them, but they need to find a goal here at the end to keep their dream alive. They have it on the right-hand side. Numbers committed forward. Ball swung in. Jack Duncan, that's strong goalkeeping. They've committed the numbers forward, man. And they can afford to do so. They know Victory are down a player. Well, what a rollercoaster this match has been. We thought when Josh Rawlins was sent off 15 minutes ago that would have completely flipped this game, but Kingsway unable to capitalise on that one-man advantage unless they can find something at the death here. Victory have got everyone behind the ball. Kingsway moving down the right. Cross comes in. That's dangerous. Oh, they've done it. It's 3-3. Oh, it's brilliant. Look at the scenes in front of the Kingsway fans. Oh, my goodness. It's 3-3. Victory concede again. Oh, my gosh. With 1 minute to go, Olympic Kingsway equalise. And again, Victory do not deal with it. Oh my goodness. I spoke too soon, says Hunter. Absolute scene, says Tim Bob. Is that Liam Boland? Are you kidding me? Is it? Liam Boland? Oh, the super sub. The Australia Cup's greatest ever goal scorer when it comes to the finals rounds has just scored. Liam Boland. That is 14 goals in the Australia Cup finals rounds. Unbelievable. Dude. Take a drink, man. Take a sip. Get a snack. Because this game's going on, dude. This game's going on, dude. That's 4 minutes of added time up, surely. Oh, what a game. This is well and truly game of the cup so far. Surely the whistle's going to be blown any second. We still play on. 3-3. Incredible drama. What a match indeed. Come on, says Owen. Oh my gosh. Olympic Kingsway. Well, Ren Episcopo looked like he'd won it for Victory against the run of play with just 10 men. Kingsway equalised for a third time. Dude, I'm so glad we stayed live for this match, dude. I'm so glad. We could have wrapped it up after those 3 early games, but it was there's a bit of something going on between the players here. But the whistle has been blown, and we are going to extra time. We are going to extra time. It is not done. Oh my gosh, dude. I wonder what Arthur Dillis is thinking right now, the Melbourne Victory head coach. What are these Victory players thinking right now? What's going through their minds? This is incredible. They took the lead 3 separate times this game, and they've let that lead slip 3 separate times as well. 3 equalisers for Olympic Kingsway. Wow, and now we are set to enter extra time. What a night this has been, dude. What a way to finish off this night of Australia Cup action. Oh my goodness. What else we say in the live chat? Thanks guys for sticking on with us here. We've been live for almost 3.5 hours. We are going strong to the end, folks. We are going strong to the end. As Blinker says here, just when I thought I could get to bed. Yeah, the night's not ending just yet. Hunter says that Boland goal and the South Hobart goal is contenders for goal of the round. I mean, nothing can beat that South Hobart goal from Kent. That was unbelievable. So it's gonna be hard to beat for me. But yeah, unbelievable. Hey. As 05 says here, it's 11 p.m. where I am, and now we're just in extra time. Yeah, same, dude. Same. It's ticking closer to 11 p.m. Owen says penalties, here we come. I would like to say we could get it, dude. Like, see, this is so interesting now because, again, Victory, so early on in preseason. I mean, they did play Wrexham a few weeks ago, but it is still early on in preseason for Victory. They're still getting fitness back in the legs, minutes back in the legs. They have to play another 30 minutes. They've travelled all the way to Western Australia. Have to play another half an hour, and they have to do it with just 10 players on the field. With a player down. I mean, it looked like Olympic Kingsway had missed their opportunity for the cup set. But it is absolutely still on the cards. We go on. Wow. Tim Bob says, new to the channel tonight, popped up in recommendation after the Sydney game. We'll be coming back for a good bit of a fun watch along. Love to hear it, Tim Bob. Really glad you found the channel, mate, and appreciate you jumping in the live chat tonight and joining the conversation. But that's great to hear, Tim Bob. Great to hear. Really appreciate you clicking in and joining on. But that's right, and I wanted to highlight that comment earlier. Where was it? From 05. A little bit earlier says, I love the videos, by the way. It's good to see the A-League being represented. And that's literally why we do the channel. Because, like, when it comes to the A-League especially, there's no mainstream media coverage of it. So, like, I'm a fan just like you guys, you know? So, us fans have to do the media coverage, basically, for the league, hey? We have to create the platform for the fans. So, that's all we're doing here. Hunter says, come on, Cupset. 05 says it should go straight to penalties. It's not fair to have another half an hour, especially so late. Well, to be fair, I mean, in WA, it's in Perth, it's what? Like 8:55, so not as bad. Not as bad, hey? But the game goes on. So, a Victory playing with the back five here? I'm trying to see what they're doing at the back here, but we are set to continue on here. Extra time is kicking off, folks. Will we have a winner, or are we destined for a penalty shootout? Dude, it feels like so long ago since these other games wrapped up. Auckland FC defeating Gold Coast Knights 4-0. Sydney FC defeated Western United early tonight 1-0. MacArthur defeated SD Raiders 5-0. Big score on there for the Bulls. But here, at the late game, the late kickoff, Olympic Kingsway 3, Melbourne Victory 3. It's almost going to tick by 11 p.m. for the fans in Melbourne watching this game and probably upset with what they're seeing, to be fair. I mean, their team, if you're a Victory fan, this is driving you crazy. Your team has taken the lead on 3 separate occasions, and they've let that lead slip time after time. 3 times. This is a concerning one here for Victory. Owen says, I've just watched that goal last week. The bicycle kick reminded me of Ariath Piol versus Sydney. Yeah, 2 fantastic goals. Obviously, that Piol goal last season was fantastic. But yeah, dude, that goal from Kemp from South Hobart last week against South Melbourne was unbelievable. That was one of the best goals I've ever seen in the Australia Cup. Unbelievable goal. The technique to do that and the fact that he just pulled it off. Unbelievable goal. Owen wants the pens. Yes, I am indeed from the Central Coast. Indeed. And that is, yes, and that is indeed why I do support Central Coast Mariners, the local team. Born and bred on the coast. And to be fair, like, that's what I tell people, like, that's a big reason why I, like, followed the A-League, so passionate about the A-League as well, is because, you know, I've got a local team in the competition. And that's something that I think's really, I guess, undervalued when it comes to A-League expansion into regional areas. You know, I probably would have followed. We know that, like, the NRL and the AFL, these are, like, are bigger leagues, bigger competitions, different codes, as we know. But I got into football and followed the A-League mainly, like, I grew up playing soccer, but, like, mainly because of the Central Coast Mariners. Because there was Central Coast Mariners are the only professional sporting team in this region. Professional. So, you know, they represented my area on the national stage, and that's why I got into the A-League, hey? So that's why I think it's important for, you know, A-League teams to branch out into those regional areas. And that's, you know, maybe that's I guess a way to look at the expansions into for MacArthur FC and Western United. Those are sort of 2 more regional areas of the cities. as we know, there's plenty of passionate Macarthur SC and Western United supporters out there who are having their regions represented, and that's how I felt, as a kid, having a team from the Central Coast Mariners, which, I'm sure without the Mariners, there'd probably be people around Australia that wouldn't even know that the Central Coast of New South Wales exists. So, yeah. Owen says, I would love to have a spoon bowl on opening day between Mariners and Macarthur. 05 says, I'm from the Central Coast too. I live in an area around Newcastle. Crazy to think I could be a Newcastle fan instead. Yeah, dude. Yeah, it's a great rivalry the Mariners obviously have with Newcastle, isn't it? Hunter says, the only time you have had a local team would have been when the NRL had, as Olympic Kingsway pushing for this goal here, when the NRL had Northern Eagles and they played some games up in Gosford. Yes, and that was some time ago, right? Yeah. And that's the thing. Like, I was at the perfect age for Central Coast Mariners. Like, I was in like primary school. I was in primary school when Mariners sort of started up. Yeah. When, it had such a big impact on my life. And look at me, still today, following the Mariners, making content about the Mariners and the A-League. Tim Bob here says, I agree. I was a Sydney member for the first 4 seasons, but had to move for work, but also support them as they're my local squad. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, yeah. You sometimes hear stories of people, changing allegiances if they move to a different city. And, like, at the end of the day, it's like, whatever is comfortable for you. But personally, for me, like, I would stick with, if you're going to pick a team, you pick them and stick with them, and that's it. And especially if they're your local team, that's obviously a big thing. Like, I'm pretty big into supporting a local team. So, obviously for me, being from the Central Coast Mariners, and there's no other argument about it. And sometimes the question comes up, well, if Mariners didn't exist, or, there's been times where there's been like speculation about the Mariners existing going forward. Would you support another A-League team, a Sydney team or Newcastle? And I think the answer is no. Like, I wouldn't support another team. I would still watch the A-League and enjoy it. And I'd probably still make, still have this channel and make content about the A-League. But it'd be so hard. If Mariners just like stopped existing, it'd be so weird for me to support another team. Maybe, I don't know, maybe like years in the future. But I'd still just watch the league and enjoy it, even if I didn't have a team to follow in it. Victory on the front foot. Yelich cutting in. Oh, off the crossbar. Great chance. Reese is there. And it's saved. They're appealing for maybe a penalty on Reese. Reese thought he was fouled, I think. Wow. Great chance, dude. What an effort. Yelich hitting the crossbar. Here come Kingsway. They're in the box. Crossing it. Cleared away. Owen here says, I'm from the Central Coast, but I support Macarthur SC because my uncle previously played for them, and I just stuck with them ever since. When you say your uncle played for them, as we know, Macarthur SC have only been in existence for a few years there. So, as in your uncle recently played for them in the last few years, or a team from that area. What's going on here? What's going on here? The Victory fans are complaining about something. Is it a free kick? It's not a pen, is it? Must be a free kick. Oh, is that a pen? Have they awarded a penalty? Have they awarded a... Dude, has a ref awarded a penalty? What's going on here? Is it a pen? Hunter's pen. Roderick... Dude, look at Roderick Miranda. He's had enough of this, hasn't he? Oh, and now there's a bit of a brawl breaking out. There's pushing and shoving. Tensions rising. Dude, all the players are in amongst this. The referee keeping a close eye. Dude, I tell you what, especially the Victory players need to be careful. They're already down a man. Things are getting heated. Pushing and shoving. Still, look at this. Lockie Jackson is getting right amongst it. They're showing us the replays here. So Jelicic involved. I mean, that looks like a clear penalty to me. I mean, whether you could say maybe Jelicic was dragged down, but the replays look like a penalty, right? So the penalty's been awarded. Right? Owen says hasn't a penalty been given already? Right? The penalty's been awarded. It has, right? So conversations are still going on. I mean, if that's the decision. Now the linesman, dude, this is crazy. The linesman has come right onto the field here and is now having a conversation with the referee. So there might be some cards. Hunter says penalty's already been given. There is enough contact, says Owen. So is there going to be a card here? Dude, Melbourne Victory have been so upset with this referee. So there's going to be some cards here. Yellow card to Louis Dorigo. Yellow card, I think that's Hobson for Olympic Kingsway. It's just been booked as well. So Louis Dorigo's been booked. For Victory as well, though. So Roderick Miranda, again, still having words with the referee. The Melbourne Victory captain, just clearly not happy. I mean, Melbourne Victory have been completely rattled tonight. That much is clear. They've been completely rattled. And Olympic Kingsway, after 100 minutes of football, have an opportunity to take the lead for the first time tonight. And it's Liam Boland who has his opportunity to score 15 goals in final rounds of the Australia Cup against Jack Duncan. Liam Boland. What a game this has been, Hunter, indeed. He scored the equaliser in the 94th minute. Liam Boland stepping up. And he scores! Olympic Kingsway are in front. Oh my gosh, dude. This has been one of the all-time great Australia Cup games. And Olympic Kingsway are in front. 10 minutes remain. 20 minutes remain in extra time. Oh my goodness. I mean, that's a cool, calm penalty from Boland. Duncan went the wrong way. Duncan went completely the wrong way too. And of course, that's the second penalty tonight for Olympic Kingsway. And they lead 4-3. Whoa, dude. So Melbourne Victory have to come from behind with 10 players. They scored. They scored. They went in front with 10 players before with Ren Episcopo at the end of the second half. But we are in uncharted territory now. We are into extra time. And Olympic Kingsway, for the first time after 100 minutes, take the lead. This has been one of the craziest days in Australia Cup history, just with all the results we've got. But this game has to be one of the all-time dramatic Australia Cup games. Of all time. Still 20 minutes to go, dude. Anything can happen. Hunter says the dream is still alive. Cup set. That's right. We were talking about this one all night. And, I mean, who would have predicted this? It's 4-3, dude. 4-3 to Olympic Kingsway. Liam Boland up on the right-hand side. Look at this. In behind down the right here, Kingsway. Could they score again? Cross comes in, but no one's there to meet it. I mean, what do you guys think of that penalty call? Oh, Roderick Miranda's almost caught on it. Heavy pressure by the Kingsway players. What do you guys make of that penalty? Keegan Jelicic. I mean, we highlighted before. I mean, to be fair, Victory don't have many other options, but Keegan Jelicic is not a left back. He's not a defender. It's just a really clumsy foul to give away. For me, it was a foul. It was a foul. He brought the opposition player down, and that was it. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Victory were really complaining about there. Maybe whether they could suggest that Jelicic was already being dragged down, but I don't know. There was the Olympic Kingsway play was clearly impeded there by Jelicic. So yeah, dude, this has been a mammoth night of football. We're gonna click past 4 hours. Dude, this may well be one of our longest streams ever. I think one of our longest streams may well have been during the Women's World Cup. A couple of years ago, we did some big live streams for those games, some of those matches going to extra time. But we may well be getting. Oh no, I tell you what, our longest stream would be though. We did a live, which I don't think will be beaten. We did a live stream last year for those A-League All-Stars matches, the A-League Men's and A-League Women's All-Stars matches. I think we did one big continuous live stream. I think it was something like 5 hours, something crazy like that. As Hunter says here, very fair penalty because of a player not experienced in this position. That's the thing. That's the problem with having to put a. You look at Keegan Jelicic now, like he's not even really tracking back that much. Hey, well it almost looks like Victory are playing a back three at the moment. Hey, yeah. As O5 says here, it's too late for this drama. Yeah, man. Yeah, we've clocked past 11 p.m. on the east coast of Australia, and at this stage, Olympic Kingsway are going through over Melbourne Victory. We've got 4 minutes added on for just this first period of extra time, so we're going to be going to 109. And then we've still got another 15 minutes after that, dude. Might have to get a snack just to keep us going, dude. A late night snack. Anyone got any late night snacks out for this late? Well, if you're on the East Coast, this late night Australia Cup action. Some of our New Zealand viewers have probably tuned out. It's be past 1 a.m. over there in New Zealand. Tim Bob says I had to rewind to watch what happened. Wow, yeah, crazy, right? Crazy stuff, dude. This is, yeah, been one of the most. This has easily been the game of the Australia Cup so far for the round of 32. I mean, obviously, Nuttawading, that 9-0 win over Darwin Olympic was incredible, but this game has just had everything, dude. Goals, penalties, drama, red card, and the tension as well between the two teams. There's been a few, little comings togethers. Players getting quite physical. Victory down to 10 men, dude. This is just, it's an incredible story. It's an incredible game that we're seeing unfold here. So early on in pre-season for Melbourne Victory. Seemingly just trying to hold on. Wow, dude. I mean, in extra time. So we've still got a couple minutes remaining in this injury time period. Doesn't look good, says Hunter. He pulled up. It was the youngster that's come on for Melbourne Victory. Debut as well. Big moment for him. He's coming off. He's holding that left hamstring. Hopefully it's nothing too serious for him. He's heading off the field, but doesn't necessarily look like he'll be able to continue. I mean, surely Victory have another sub to utilise, right? And they're going to make that change. They've made the change. Is it Razmosky who came on? Another youngster. So, yeah, if I'm not mistaken, I think that's Victory's last change. That's it for them. They just don't have enough defenders on the bench. That's a problem. Another defensive player going off there. They are well and truly in the wars tonight here. Melbourne Victory. It has been a rough night for them. That's going to be a foul. Lachlan Jackson, Yelich, in fact, bundled over. A very physical match. Plenty of fouls. Plenty of free kicks. We should have the whistle soon for a break in play, break in extra time. And then we'll have 15 minutes to see whether Victory, this 10-man of Melbourne Victory, can make a miraculous comeback. Excuse me, wasn't Razmosky before. College has come on. Luka College, youngster who signed a contract for the upcoming season. He's on. And there we go. Half time in extra time. What a game we are seeing unfolding here. And we are almost at the end of it. Halfway through extra time. 4-3. Liam Boland coming off the bench to score 2 goals. I mean, what an effort. And we said as he was coming on, highlighting the fact that he is the Australia Cup's greatest ever goal scorer when it comes to the finals rounds. No one has scored more goals than Liam Boland. Come off the bench and he scored 2 goals. It's just quite incredible, really. The number 10 for Olympic Kingsway, the Green Machine. We're seeing some shots of the play. Is Aaron Williams currently drinking a Red Bull? Am I mistaken thinking that there's some Red Bull cans out there? Maybe just to try and keep the players going for the remaining 15 minutes. Hunter highlights here as well. Yeah, double for Boland. Indeed. So, it could be more than 15 minutes if Victory can get this equaliser and send it to a penalty shootout. Dude, this stadium has seen some incredible games. We shouldn't forget, this stadium, home of Olympic Kingsway, was the venue for Melbourne Victory against, not Melbourne Victory, Wellington Phoenix against Perth Glory, which went to extra time and a penalty shootout as well. So, are we destined for another shootout here, just a couple days later? O5 says a massive part of me wants to go to bed. The other part of me kind of wants to see it go to penalties. Yeah. I mean, I get the feeling, this game has just had everything, but I get the feeling that Kingsway might hold on from here. They just can't do anything wrong at the back. They've just got to stay composed at the back, and they can hold on. Hunter says, if I were other A-League teams, I'd be afraid to face Olympic Kingsway. Well, and that's the thing, too. When you get that cup set, it gives you that confidence. And like you say there, Hunter, if you're another A-League team, you wouldn't want to be in Victory's position. You wouldn't want to face him. So, we are back underway here in the second period of extra time. Olympic Kingsway 4, Melbourne Victory 3. This is the last of the 4 games we've had tonight. Mega live stream. Hit the like button if you haven't done so already. Support the channel. Well said there, Tim Bob, who says, considering the rain on Sunday and 2 games in 3 days, the pitch is still looking good. Yeah, dude, because those conditions were pretty rough, hey? It was pretty heavy rain for that game on Sunday. So, corner here for Melbourne Victory in swinger. Oh, keeper doesn't claim it, but it's flicked away. Still on, Yelich in Serra. Trying to break forward. Can't manage to do so. Melbourne Victory. I mean, you just wonder for Olympic Kingsway, you just got to get everyone behind the ball, right? Just got to get everyone behind the ball. Stay strong at the back. Can't concede again. 4-3, dude. What a game this has been. Chipped over the top here. Victory. Again, Olympic Kingsway's defence in the way. But Victory are really starting brightly. The second period of extra time. That cross sails out of play. It will be another corner. Wow. Nama here says, ever since Oxborough left Perth, he became the best player in the NPL. He scored tonight earlier on from the penalty spot for Olympic Kingsway. Mitch Oxborough, formerly of Newcastle Jets and Perth Glory. So, Olympic Kingsway survive those couple corners there. And the minutes are ticking by. 12 minutes remain for Melbourne Victory. They navigated, I mean, they've got an interesting record, Melbourne Victory, when it comes to knockout games. They're usually pretty strong. You know, we saw what they did in the A-League final series over the last couple of years now. And, you know, they're great when it comes to final series and these knockout games. Obviously, they've struggled when it comes to the grand final itself. But we remember what they did away to Auckland FC last season. They're good when it comes to navigating a final series. These knockout games. But yeah, this is pretty incredible. Olympic Kingsway. One of the top teams from NPL Western Australia. Pushing them all the way here. They've scored 4 goals past them incredibly. This is Victory trying to break forward, but again, like, not only do they have to try and break through this stubborn Olympic Kingsway defence, but, you know, Victory have only got 10 players, and here come Kingsway. They're on the counter-attack here. Great chance for Kingsway, surely. Oh, what a chance. Oh, Olympic Kingsway should have sealed it there and then. With just over 10 minutes remaining. That could have been number 5. What an opportunity for the home team. Oh my gosh, dude. Quickly taken free kick. All of a sudden they were in behind. Victory committed too many numbers forward. Oh boy. And here's the thing, right? Like, obviously, we're going to get to the end of extra time. Victory going to be chasing this game, man. They're going to be committing more numbers forward in desperation to try and, you know, equalise, obviously. And that's going to leave so many gaps at the back because they've just got 10 players. Olympic Kingsway making another substitution here. And that's the thing, man. If Olympic Kingsway can get away on the counter-attack. Dude. Like this could end 5-3. I mean, that would just be crazy. It'd be crazy to see. Liam Boland's on a hat-trick. He's looking for one more. One final change for Olympic Kingsway for the final 10 minutes. 110 minutes of football. It's been a long stream. We are closing in on 4 hours here. Victory. We've got a number of youngsters on the fields. They've had to rely on their youth now as well. Arthur Dillis, Victory head coach. He's on the screen now. He's on the broadcast. Standing up, pacing on the sideline, talking to his players. They do not want to get knocked. I mean, no A-League team wants to get knocked out this early on in the cup because it means you miss out on that competitive action leading up to the A-League. Melbourne Victory were semi-finalists in the Australia Cup last year. Got all the way to the semis. Knocked out by Adelaide United last year. But now, could be knocked out in the round of 32 against the team from NPL Western Australia, Olympic Kingsway. Oh, they're in behind again. Kingsway! Oh, what? Are you kidding? Olympic Kingsway again with an incredible chance. Like, you look at that was their best chance of the game. They scored 4 goals. I know 2 of them were penalties, but if any chance should have resulted in a goal, it was that one again. And like we've been saying, Victory leaving the gaps at the back because they're just going to go for this game now. Well, twice in a couple minutes, Olympic Kingsway have just been clean through, dude. Incredible. Butter says, just played in WA. Please don't make us travel the distance again. Imagine that. Yeah, imagine that. If Kingsway do indeed go through and they get Wellington Phoenix, another trip all the way over for Wellington. That'd be quite incredible. I mean, we were talking before, Butter, whether we could see Wellington Phoenix versus Auckland in the Australia Cup. And that would be interesting. Alrighty, dude. 7 minutes remaining now. 7 minutes left for Melbourne Victory to rescue this game. Charging down the left, Victory. And the whistle goes. They've got a free kick. In a great position too, Melbourne Victory. Really dangerous area of the pitch. Out wide. Keep an eye on the likes of Jing Reese. Roderick Miranda's up there as well. Lockie Jackson in the mix. It's tall, strong players. Olympic Kingsway with a real test here at the back to defend this free kick. It's taken them a whole minute just to get this free kick set up, really. 6 minutes remaining now. In swinging free kick. Oh, it's flicked on. Dangerous. Up it goes. And the decision is corner. So the pressure is still on for Kingsway. And the chance is still alive for Melbourne Victory. Hunter says Olympic Kingsway for the A-League. Butter says hopefully Victory actually defend like this in the regular season. Yeah, man, it's been disappointing how they've conceded these goals tonight. Obviously 2 of them penalties, but those 2 other goals they probably could have done better with. Butter says they can take as long as they want to take their free kicks. It means if it means Victory gets eliminated. So we are in the final 5 minutes, but I tell you what, at this rate, we'll probably still have a couple more minutes added on. 4-3, Olympic Kingsway, Melbourne Victory on the brink of getting knocked out. Forward it comes, Kingsway. Here's a chance for them. They've got numbers. Still on the attack. It's getting closed down. Dude, Olympic Kingsway, look at them. They're so determined to drive forward with the ball. It's been a phenomenal effort from the team from WA. There's a player down for Kingsway. Liam Boland is down, hurt. Appreciate you guys joining us here all the way to the end of this live stream. 4 games tonight. Auckland FC defeating Gold Coast Knights 4-0. Sydney United defeat Western United 1-0. Macarthur SC, big win for them tonight. 5-0 over SD Raiders. Melbourne Victory on the brink of getting knocked out in the cup in the round of 32 against Olympic Kingsway. Butter says, can you predict us to come last, Wellington Phoenix? the last time you did, we had quite the season. I mean, yeah, it's always so tricky. Well, I mean, every team's always tricky to predict in the A League. But yeah, Wellington Phoenix are a tricky one. Like, I'm really curious to see who else Wellington bring in. That's for sure. But I think that with some of their promising young players, they might be a real surprise team this season and push up the ladder. And just as another 4 minutes of extra time, it looks like of added time. Yeah, well, Liam Boland's being helped off the field right now. Hopefully so. I mean, what an impact it's been in from the substitute scoring 2 goals. But, hopefully this isn't anything too serious for Liam Boland. But what a night for him. And what a night for Olympic Kingsway, who are so close now. Have they made all their changes? That's the concern now for Olympic Kingsway. They might not be able to make another sub. This might be it. This might be it. And who knows, it might be 10v10 for the last few minutes. But all Olympic Kingsway have to do is defend. Liam Boland, I mean, he looks like he's struggling. They have made the change. Okay, they have been able to make the sub. Dowling's on for Boland for the last few minutes. That's lucky for Kingsway. They still had that change to be made. Another corner here for Melbourne Victory. Another late opportunity. Dude, they've had a lot of corners here in this final period of extra time. They've had a lot of opportunities. Well, what's going on here? Liam Boland's back on the field. Was he not just subbed off? They've just shown Liam Boland back on the field. They just showed the graphic came up though that the substitution was made. Anyway, Liam Boland's back on the field. Victory's corner, bouncing around. Great chance for them. Hits a defender. And they get it clear. Oh, and here we go. They've won the ball. This is a great chance to seal it here. Kingsway are away. Streaming down the left. Cutting inside. Defenders getting back. Great opportunity, dude. Oh my goodness. Oh, wow, great. Another incredible opportunity there. Victory had broken away. Well, we're about to tick into injury time. What an effort from these players, man. I mean, 2 hours of football. We're yet to see how much injury time we've got. It should really be a few minutes at least. Hey, I mean, Hunter said 4 minutes. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that. Yeah, I think you might be right. Owen there. He says that Bowen didn't actually get subbed off. I think it was a mistake with the graphic because they ran out of subs. Cheers, Butter, who says, just wishing everyone has a good time tonight. Appreciate that, Butter. Well, 3 minutes added on, according to the broadcast. 3 minutes added on. And one of those minutes is already up. So it's a couple minutes remaining for Victory. This is desperate times for the A-League side. Grand finalists last 2 years in the A-League men's competition. They've won the Australia Cup previously as well, Melbourne Victory. As most recently as 2021, Melbourne Victory won the Australia Cup. Semi-finalists in the Australia Cup last year. They know how to navigate these knockout games. This time around, they are set to be knocked out. Oh my gosh. 3 minutes. They're ticking by so quickly, dude. We're about to enter the final minute. What a night it's been, man. Before we wrap up, make sure to hit the like button. Support the channel. We'll definitely be doing more live watch-alongs for the round of 16 in a few weeks' time. Ren Episcopo with a corner here. This could be Victory's last chance. Ball comes in. Away it comes across the face of goal. And that's a goal kick. It's a goal kick that may well be Victory's last chance. What a match this has been, dude. Olympic Kingsway are so close. Oh, and thanks for highlighting that. Yes, we have ticked past 4 hours. One of our longest streams here on the channel. Appreciate you guys joining us, man. 4 Australia Cup games, and this last one has been an absolute roller coaster. Victory have it down the left. Just barely seconds remaining for them now, surely. This has got to be it. Victory down the left. This is a good run. I think it's Piscopo. The cross isn't great. It's cleared away. Still on, though, for Victory. Another ball swung in. Headed in towards the hands of the goalkeeper. Kingsway surely now have done it. And that's it. The whistle's blown. Melbourne Victory are out of the Australia Cup and Kingsway are going through in one of the all-time greatest Australia Cup games. What a match. What a result. Oh my gosh. What a night of football. 4 crazy games and what a way to finish it off. That is one of the biggest cup sets. What a cup set, says Hunter. Get it, lad, says Tim Bob. What a result. Oh my goodness. 4-3. Liam Boland with 2 goals at the end to win it. It looks like the fans are running onto the pitch. This is an incredible moment for the club. Olympic. Yeah, look at the scenes, dude. They're showing it on the broadcast. The fans are running from everywhere, celebrating with the players. Incredible moment for Olympic Kingsway. Heartbreak for Melbourne Victory. What a shocking result for them. They have been knocked out of the cup. Huge cup set. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. Really appreciate it. Enjoy the rest of your nights. And we'll be live very, very soon for the round of 16 in a few weeks' time. Appreciate it, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Hit the like button on the way out. My name's Lockie, and I'll see you in the next one. Cheers.